Imagine standing on the starting block of the most important race of your life. The stadium lights glare down, the crowd's deafening roar fills your ears, and the scent of chlorine hangs heavy in the air. You dive in, and suddenly, your goggles flood with water. Blinded and disorientated, most would panic. But not Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps. He swims flawlessly, touches the wall, and sets a new world record. How did he achieve this under such pressure? The answer lies in the power of mental visualization. Michael Phelps didn't just rely on physical training. He prepared his mind for every conceivable scenario. I would visualize the best and worst case scenarios, he revealed. Whether I get disqualified or my goggles fill up with water, I'm ready for anything. This mental preparedness allowed him to remain calm and perform exceptionally, even when things went awry. He's not alone in utilizing this powerful technique. Tom Brady, hailed as one of the greatest quarterbacks in history, incorporates visualization into his routine. Before each game, he sits quietly, eyes closed, mentally replaying the perfect game. Visualization is a crucial part of my preparation, Brady shares. I see myself executing the perfect plays and leading my team to victory. Novak Djokovic, a tennis champion with numerous Grand Slam titles, began practicing visualization at just 12 years old. He would hold a small trophy and declare, "I am Novak Djokovic. I won Wimbledon." Years later, this mental rehearsal became reality as he lifted the actual Wimbledon trophy. Reflecting on his success, he said, "I try to play the match in my mind before I go on the court. I always try to imagine myself as a winner." What secret do these top performers know that propels them to such extraordinary heights? What is mental rehearsal visualization, and how does it work? More importantly, how can you harness this powerful tool to enhance your own performance in everyday life? Mental rehearsal visualization is more than mere daydreaming. It's a deliberate and structured technique where you vividly imagine performing a task, engaging all your senses to create a lifelike mental experience. When done correctly, it can significantly enhance your performance by programming your brain for success. Consider the process. You close your eyes and picture yourself executing a specific task flawlessly. You don't just see it, you hear the sounds, feel the physical sensations, maybe even notice particular smells or tastes associated with the experience. This multi-sensory approach makes the visualization incredibly realistic. For instance, a basketball player might visualize making free throws. They feel the textured surface of the ball against their fingertips, hear the rhythmic bounce on the hardwood court, see the arc of the ball as it sails toward the hoop, and hear the satisfying swish as it passes through the net. By engaging multiple senses, the brain encodes this as a real experience, strengthening neural pathways associated with the action. American Olympic aerialist Emily Cook emphasizes the importance of this immersive technique. Visualization, for me, doesn't take in all the senses. You have to smell it, you have to hear it, you have to feel it. Everything, she explains. By fully immersing herself in the mental rehearsal, she prepares her mind and body for peak performance. But visualization isn't just about perfect scenarios. It's also a powerful tool for preparing for challenges and unforeseen obstacles. Remember Michael Phelps and his water-filled goggles. He had mentally rehearsed that exact scenario countless times. So when it happened during the Olympic race, he didn't panic. Instead, he relied on his mental preparation to navigate the situation flawlessly. This ability to remain composed under pressure gave him a significant edge over his competitors. This technique isn't reserved for elite athletes. Professionals across various fields harness mental rehearsal to enhance performance. The US Navy's elite flight squadron, the Blue Angels, use detailed mental rehearsals to execute complex aerial maneuvers with split-second precision. Surgeons often visualize procedures step by step before entering the operating room to improve focus and reduce errors. Imagine you're about to deliver a critical presentation at work. The thought fills you with anxiety. Your heart races, palms sweat, and doubts creep in. But what if you've already practiced it multiple times in your mind? You visualize the conference room, the attentive faces of your colleagues, the sound of your confident voice projecting clearly. By the time you stand up to speak, it feels familiar. You're composed, self-assured, and deliver your presentation with poise. Research supports the efficacy of mental rehearsal. Studies have shown that athletes who use visualization techniques improve not only their confidence and focus, but also their actual physical performance. When you vividly imagine performing an action, your brain activates the same neural networks as when you physically execute the movement. This mental practice can enhance muscle memory, coordination, and even strength. Musicians use visualization to memorize complex pieces and overcome performance anxiety. Dancers mentally rehearse routines to perfect their timing and expression. Even students can benefit by imagining themselves confidently tackling exams, recalling information effortlessly, and achieving high scores. But the power of mental visualization extends beyond performance enhancement. It's also a valuable tool for healing, recovery, and personal growth. Some studies suggest that mental imagery can lead to neurophysiological changes that promote healing. Patients who employ visualization techniques have reported reduced pain. By imagining pain dissipating or visualizing soothing imagery, patients can alter their perception of pain. Less anxiety. Visualization can calm the mind, reducing stress hormones and promoting relaxation. Faster recovery times. Athletes visualize their injuries healing, which may stimulate physical recovery processes. Improved mobility. Imagining movement can help retrain the brain and muscles, beneficial in rehabilitation. Athletes recovering from injuries use mental rehearsal to stay sharp. Marty Durden, an author and athletic director, notes, utilizing visualization as a practice technique helps injured athletes to maintain their fundamental skills. By mentally practicing their sport, they keep neural pathways active, making it easier to return to physical activity. You might be wondering how to apply this powerful technique in your own life. The good news is that mental rehearsal visualization is accessible to everyone, regardless of profession or goals. Start your day with intention. Each morning, take a few moments to visualize your day unfolding successfully. See yourself handling tasks efficiently, interacting positively with others, and overcoming any challenges with grace. This sets a positive tone and prepares your mind to navigate the day effectively. Achieve personal goals. If you're aiming to adopt healthier habits, visualization can be a game changer. Picture yourself enjoying nutritious meals, feeling the vitality that comes with good health, and resisting temptations with ease. Imagine the satisfaction of reaching your fitness goals, and let that motivate your actions. Prepare for challenging situations. Anticipate potential obstacles and rehearse how you'll handle them. If you have a difficult conversation ahead, visualize staying calm, listening actively, and communicating your point clearly. This mental preparation can reduce anxiety and improve your real-life responses. Enhance learning and skill development. Whether you're learning a new instrument, language, or professional skill, mental rehearsal can accelerate your progress. Visualize yourself mastering chords on a guitar, confidently speaking in a new language, or executing a complex task at work with proficiency. Life is unpredictable, and challenges are inevitable. By incorporating potential hurdles into your mental rehearsals, you equip yourself with strategies to manage them effectively. For example, if you're nervous about a public speaking event, visualize not only the perfect delivery, but also how you'll handle potential disruptions, a technical glitch, a tough question from the audience, or momentarily losing your train of thought. By preparing for these possibilities, you reduce fear and increase resilience. Your emotions significantly influence your actions. Visualization helps align your emotional state with your desired outcomes. By mentally experiencing success, confidence, and composure, you're more likely to exhibit these qualities in real situations. Canadian speaker and best-selling author Robin Sharma encapsulates this idea. Everything is created twice, first in the mind, then in reality. When you harness the power of mental rehearsal, you become the architect of your destiny, laying down the blueprint for your achievements. If world-class athletes, top professionals, and successful individuals across various fields leverage mental visualization to reach their goals, imagine what it could do for you. Next time you're facing a challenge or striving toward a goal, invest a few minutes in mental rehearsal. Close your eyes and immerse yourself in the experience. Engage all your senses. See the vivid details of your environment. Hear the sounds associated with your success, the applause, words of praise, or the quiet satisfaction of completion. Feel the textures and physical sensations, the firm handshake after a successful deal, the pen in your hand as you sign an important document. Smell the aromas that might accompany the moment, the fresh scent of a new office, the aroma of a celebratory meal. Taste the sweetness of success, both literally and metaphorically. By fully engaging in this mental practice, you're programming your subconscious mind to align with your conscious goals. Let's put this into action right now. Identify a specific goal you have, big or small. If you're preparing for a job interview, visualize arriving early, greeting your interviewers with confidence, articulating your thoughts clearly, and receiving an enthusiastic job offer. If you're about to run a marathon, imagine the rhythm of your footsteps, the energy of the crowd, pushing through fatigue and crossing the line with a new personal best. If you're striving to improve relationships, picture meaningful conversations, shared laughter, and resolving conflicts with empathy and understanding. As you journey forward, keep in mind the wisdom of those who've achieved greatness. Your thoughts have the power to shape your reality. By visualizing the life you desire, you set the wheels in motion to make it happen. By embracing mental rehearsal visualization techniques, you're not just daydreaming, you're laying the foundation for tangible success. Start today and watch as your life transforms in remarkable ways. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Imagine standing firm and calm when everyone else is panicking, remaining steady in your choices, no matter what storms life throws at you. This is what unbreakable confidence looks like. Picture yourself making decisions with self-assured clarity, acting without hesitation, and inspiring others to trust your lead. It's not reserved for the chosen few. It's something you can cultivate, and you're about to learn exactly how. We're going to explore 5 golden rules to achieve this state of unwavering self-belief. These are guidelines that can shift your mindset, change your actions, and ultimately transform your reality. They will help you know who you really are. Use failures to your advantage. Surround yourself with positive energy. Envision triumph and keep growing stronger every single day. Stay with me. By the time we're done, you'll have a roadmap to a more confident, resilient version of you. Back in the early 1900s, Rudyard Kipling wrote the poem If, where he said, "If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs." He was hinting at this sort of inner steadiness, the kind that allows you to hold on to your own clear thinking even when the world seems upside down. That's the core of unbreakable confidence. And the benefits? Success, leadership, influence, all can follow when you trust yourself. Let's take a swift look at the 5 golden rules you'll be using to forge this inner strength. 1. Know who you are. 2. Embrace failure as a teacher. 3. Surround yourself with positivity. 4. Visualize success. 5. Continuous self-development. These aren't empty slogans. They represent a structured path. In a moment, we'll break them down so you can see how to apply them. But before that, understand this. When you have confidence in your decisions and actions, you're less likely to crumble under pressure. Instead of waiting for others' approval, you rely on your own judgment. You become a person who can lead, create positive change, and thrive no matter what's happening around you. Let's dive right in, starting with the very essence of who you are. Author Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." This lays the foundation for rule number 1. Know who you are. Don't waste energy comparing yourself with others. Instead, reflect on your strengths, acknowledge your weaknesses, and identify your values. Ask yourself, what am I truly good at? Where do I need to improve? What principles do I refuse to compromise on? When you're anchored in a clear sense of self, you're not easily swayed by outside forces. Your confidence won't depend on approval from others, because you hold your own value. Football player and head coach Lou Holtz once said, "You're never as good as everyone tells you when you win, and you're never as bad as they say when you lose." Let that sink in. Opinions from others can't shake you if you understand your worth at the core. But what if things go wrong? What if you stumble and your confidence takes a hit? That brings us to rule number 2. Embrace failure as a teacher. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is not to define yourself by them. Author Maya Angelou put it perfectly. "I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it." If you slip, own it, then learn from it. Don't waste time wallowing in negativity or labeling yourself a total failure. Instead, treat every misstep as an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Football coach Paul Bear Bryant advised, "When you make a mistake, there are only 3 things you should ever do about it. Admit it, learn from it, and don't repeat it." Embracing this mindset protects your confidence from being eroded by setbacks. You gain resilience, the ability to adapt and keep moving forward. Now, think about what surrounds you. The environment you choose to inhabit can either bolster or break your confidence. That's why rule number 3 is surround yourself with positivity. Life is full of challenges, but there's a big difference between facing them with people who uplift you versus those who drain you. Avoid energy vampires who pull you into negativity or drama. Instead, seek out companions and mentors who inspire optimism. Seeing the glass half full encourages more creative problem solving and greater clarity. The 14th Dalai Lama said, "Choose to be optimistic. It feels better." And it does. When you maintain a positive circle and refuse to dwell on the worst aspects of life, you preserve your confidence. You acknowledge real problems without becoming trapped in them, thereby keeping your emotional energy intact and your mind open. Next, consider the power of imagination and belief. Rule number 4. Visualize success. What you hold in your mind's eye influences your reality. Author Norman Vincent Peale wrote, "Affirm it, visualize it, believe it, and it will actualize itself." In other words, what you consistently imagine begins to shape what you do and who you become. Create a clear mental picture of yourself as someone brimming with confidence. Incorporate vivid details. What do you see, hear, and feel when you're at your best? The brain responds strongly to mental rehearsal, blurring the lines between what's imagined and what's real. This makes it easier to become that confident person in your everyday life. Couple this visualization with kindness and compassion, making sure it's genuine confidence you're developing, not arrogance. Remember Tim Fargo's words, "Arrogance is the camouflage of insecurity. True confidence needs no disguise." Finally, understand that you are never done growing. Rule number 5. Continuous self-development. When you learn new skills, expand your knowledge, and refine your character, you become increasingly competent, and competence feeds confidence. The more capable you are, the more faith you have in your ability to handle whatever comes your way. If you feel unsure about any area of your life, do something about it. Read more books, watch educational videos, take classes, or try out new hobbies. Expand not only your skill sets, but also your understanding, tolerance, and empathy. By doing so, you strengthen your core sense of self and become the best version of you. Paulo Coelho said, "When we strive to become better than we are, everything around us becomes better too." This growth doesn't just boost your confidence, it also radiates outward, uplifting others and making the world a little brighter. Now, let's bring it all together. These 5 golden rules provide a framework for building and maintaining unbreakable confidence. 1. Know who you are. Don't compromise your values or measure yourself by anyone else's yardstick. Your self-worth stands on its own. 2. Embrace failure as a teacher. Mistakes are stepping stones, not tombstones. Use them to learn, improve, and get back up stronger. 3. Surround yourself with positivity. Guard your energy and choose uplifting influences. A positive environment nurtures a positive mindset. 4. Visualize success. Picture the confident person you want to become. The mind can help create that reality. 5. Continue self-development. Keep learning, growing, and evolving. Increased competence leads to increased confidence. Consider the wisdom behind all these insights. Kipling's poem, If, suggests composure under pressure. Emerson urges authenticity in a world of conformity. Angelo teaches resilience in the face of adversity. Peele advocates belief in yourself, while Holtz and Bryant underscore the importance of self-reliance and growth. The Dalai Lama's advice nudges you toward optimism. And Coelho's words remind you that bettering yourself improves your entire environment. Unbreakable confidence isn't about being perfect. It's about staying true to yourself, bouncing back from setbacks, nurturing a positive inner and outer world, envisioning the best possible you, and continually striving to improve. When you know your thoughts and actions are sincere, authentic, and competent, your confidence becomes something solid, something that can't be easily shaken, no matter what challenges come your way. That's the beauty of these rules. They're not quick fixes or fleeting strategies. They're principles you can internalize, practice, and carry forward throughout your life. Over time, as you deepen your understanding of yourself, you'll find that the opinions of others matter less. Failures look more like lessons than defeats, and the path ahead feels wide open. Your mindset, shaped by these 5 guidelines, can become a source of strength, so steady that even when things go sideways, you remain upright and moving forward. The journey to unbreakable confidence starts with a single step: knowing who you are. From there, every rule reinforces the others, creating a cycle of growth and resilience. As you stand firm, guiding your life with conviction and clarity, you'll realize that you're capable of more than you ever imagined. Unbreakable confidence becomes not just a goal, but a way of life. Would you like a 2-page PDF summary of this video? Click here and I'll send it over to you. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Imagine you could double, triple, even quadruple your results without working twice as hard. Picture world-class athletes, top CEOs, and elite creatives delivering jaw-dropping achievements while logging fewer hours than their struggling competitors. It might sound like a flashy magic trick, but what these peak performers embrace is rooted in a simple truth. Focusing on a small fraction of your efforts can lead to the vast majority of your outcomes. This is what sets them apart. They don't brute force their way to success. They streamline, cut the noise, and dial in on the tasks that matter most. Right now, think about your own life. Projects piling up, tabs open in your mind, half-finished to-do lists scattered across your desk. It's like running a marathon in thick mud, each extra task dragging you down. But what if you knew exactly which fraction of your work would produce the biggest results? What if you could toss aside the clutter, zoom in on the critical 20%, and watch your productivity skyrocket? That's the secret weapon these achievers swear by. They understand something known as the 80-20 rule, and once you see why, you'll never approach your goals the same way again. A century-old discovery from an Italian economist may sound dull on the surface, but it's been repurposed as a roadmap for modern success. It's called the Pareto Principle, or the 80-20 rule. Originally, Vilfredo Pareto observed that 20% of Italy's population owned 80% of its wealth. Today, peak performers borrow that logic to filter their priorities, ensuring the small slice of tasks that truly matter gets the lion's share of their attention. But let's get concrete. Imagine you're glued to your computer, churning through endless tasks, never stopping to close the surplus of browser tabs you opened hours ago. After a while, your machine overheats, fans screaming for relief, performance tanking. Sound familiar? Humans aren't computers, but we face a similar risk when we overwhelm ourselves. The more we heap onto our plate, the more sluggish our progress becomes. We end up moving through our days like wading through custard, slow, sticky, and exhausting. Peak performers get this. Instead of letting every task pile on, they identify which ones deliver outsized returns. For them, it's rarely a strict 80-20 ratio. It could be 70-30, 85-15, or another split. The exact numbers aren't critical. What matters is knowing that not all efforts are created equal. Their strategy? Keep as few tabs open as possible. Cut out the fluff, highlight the work that matters, and dive deep. How do they figure this out? It starts with prioritization. Before racing into the day, they pause and ask, which tasks actually move the needle? It might be as simple as making a list and sorting items by importance, or it might involve something more structured, like using the Eisenhower matrix, a tool designed to separate what's urgent and important from what's trivial and time-wasting. Dwight D. Eisenhower, the former US president and five-star general, had one of the most demanding schedules imaginable. He needed a clear system to avoid drowning in details. The Eisenhower matrix splits tasks into 4 categories: important and urgent, important but not urgent, urgent but not important, and neither urgent nor important. The first category, important and urgent, represents the core tasks you should tackle head-on. These tasks likely form the 20% that yields the 80% results. The others can be scheduled, delegated, or deleted. This kind of ruthless clarity ensures no energy is wasted. Every drop of effort supports the biggest payoffs. Once priorities are set, peak performers can channel their energy more efficiently. By focusing on the tasks that truly matter, they accomplish more in less time. But don't misunderstand. They're not slacking off. They're working smarter. While others fritter away hours on busy work, they concentrate their efforts on a few crucial moves that unlock massive gains. It's like finding the perfect shortcut that doesn't compromise quality. It just streamlines the journey. Let's say you start your day knocking out a handful of minor tasks. It might feel good. Crossing off easy items often does. But if they don't lead anywhere, you're only simulating progress. Peak performers know that small wins are nice, but real advancement comes from the high-impact actions. Maybe for you, it's writing that core proposal, reaching out to a key client, or polishing the presentation that could seal a big deal. By attacking these pivotal tasks first, and with total focus, you ensure your energy is directed toward what genuinely counts. Of course, no one has unlimited resources. Your time, energy, and attention are finite. Treating them as valuable resources means you can't afford to let them seep away. If you've got big responsibilities, consider using time-saving tools, apps, artificial intelligence, or strategic planning methods to lighten the load. The scale of your approach depends on your situation. On a large scale, CEOs might delegate vast chunks of work to teams. On a smaller scale, a freelancer might rely on productivity apps or outsourcing a single repetitive task. Either way, the principle is the same. Preserve your precious resources for where they'll have the most punch. This is where the power of deep focus comes into play. If you're only doing 20% of the tasks to generate 80% of the results, every minute counts. Enter the concept of deep work, popularized by author and professor Cal Newport. Deep work means carving out segments of time where you operate free from distractions. No smartphone pings, No pointless meetings. No endless scrolling. Just pure, undiluted concentration on the tasks that matter most. Deep work aligns beautifully with the Pareto principle. By stripping away the noise, you ensure the high-priority actions get your full brain power. 3 to 4 hours of such intense, focused effort can outperform 8, 10, or even 12 hours spent half engaged with trivialities. When you stop trying to do everything, you can finally excel at something. This razor-sharp attention separates peak performers from the pack. They're not necessarily more intelligent or hardworking. They're just more strategic about where they apply their strength. There's a misconception that achieving greatness means pushing yourself relentlessly, logging endless late nights, and piling on the workload. But this approach often backfires. Spreading yourself too thin leads to burnout, sloppy mistakes, and a warped sense of progress. Peak performers recognize that true excellence is sustainable. By leveraging the 80-20 rule, they avoid chasing every opportunity that flutters by and focus instead on the ones that truly matter. This doesn't mean they never put in long hours or face tough challenges. It means they choose their battles wisely. If 20% of their tasks bring 80% of their results, they ensure that time spent on these tasks is protected at all costs. The rest can be delegated, delayed, simplified, or dropped entirely. Over time, this frees them from the trap of perpetual busyness, a state where you're always doing something but never really accomplishing what counts. Think of it this way. If your mind feels cluttered by countless open tabs, emails, side projects, errands, minor responsibilities, you risk overheating, just like a computer. Eventually, performance suffers. The solution isn't to give up on achievement, it's to become more selective. If you were to close all but the few critical tabs, how much faster could you navigate your day? How much more mental bandwidth would you have for deep, meaningful work? Peak performers ask themselves these questions regularly. They understand that the 80-20 rule isn't a rigid formula, but a guideline reminding them that not all efforts are equal. Some moves generate massive returns, and others barely register. If you identify which ones matter, you can compress your workload without sacrificing quality. In fact, you often improve it, because the energy you save can be reinvested into pushing those key tasks even further. Over time, embracing the 80-20 rule rewires your approach to work and life. Instead of feeling pressure to do it all, you feel freedom in doing what counts. You become more confident in saying no to tasks that lead nowhere. You stop measuring success by how busy you are and start focusing on the impact you create. This shift in mindset isn't just about getting more done. It's about living smarter, being more strategic, and ultimately unlocking your peak performance. The next time you catch yourself drowning in details, step back and ask, which tasks are actually driving my results? Then, zero in on them. Close some tabs, both literally and figuratively. Strip away the non-essentials. Invest your time where it yields meaningful returns. It might feel strange at first, especially if you've been trained to believe that success equals constant hustle. But once you see how much progress you make by focusing on less, you'll understand why top performers rely on this principle. Don't wait until you're buried under a mountain of commitments. Start examining your workload now. Look for that vital 20%. The tasks, goals, or actions that generate an outsized share of your outcomes. Those are the projects that deserve your clearest mind and your fullest dedication. Before you know it, you'll be getting more accomplished in less time and with far less stress. So, the next time your mental desktop is crowded with too many open tabs, remember the 80-20 rule. Pin the ones that truly matter. Close out the rest, and watch as your productivity, efficiency, and sense of control take off. Peak performers aren't superhuman. They've just learned which tabs are worth keeping open. Would you like the full illustration from this video? Click here and I'll send it right over. Thank you for watching and have an awesome week. Have you ever been on the brink of a crucial moment? Maybe signing a high-stakes contract, nailing a business pitch, or taking on a personal challenge, where everything depends on a single choice. That's exactly where I found myself not too long ago. I was about to launch a new project that could change the trajectory of my career. My nerves were through the roof, but I knew I needed a reliable method to guide me. That's when I turned to something called the OODA loop. At first glance, OODA might look like just another acronym, but believe me, it has transformed how I approach each critical step in my life. I've woven it into my routine, so whether I'm facing tight deadlines or complex personal dilemmas, I have a blueprint. Today, I'm letting you into my process, how I make decisions using the OODA loop, and how you can adapt it for your own life. Before I discovered this framework, my decision-making was often fueled by stress and second-guessing. I'd gather bits of information, but I never had a structured approach. Then I came across the OODA loop, which stands for Observe, Orient, Decide, and Act. It was originally developed to help people make better, faster decisions under pressure. The beauty is how simple it is. 4 steps that cycle continuously, so you're always refining your approach. Let me break down how I weave these steps into my day-to-day life. 1. Observe. For me, this starts the moment I realize I'm facing a big choice, like that new project I was about to launch. I gather information from every possible angle. I look at market trends, talk to my team, gauge my own emotional state, and check the potential impact on my long-term goals. Essentially, I open my eyes wide and take everything in. What's going on in the environment that directly affects my project? What's happening that might only indirectly affect me, but could matter later? Am I holding any assumptions that might be incorrect? These questions help me see the bigger picture. I found curiosity is the key, constantly challenging myself to look deeper, rather than operating on autopilot. 2. Orient. This is where I interpret what I've observed. Let's say, during my project research, I discovered a competing product that's already well established. Does that mean I should pivot or stay the course? How do I incorporate this new data? Here's where I have to acknowledge my own biases. Maybe I'm overly attached to my original idea. Or maybe the competitor's existence is less of a threat than I imagine. Orientation forces me to step outside my personal bubble. I compare my assumptions with reality, talk to advisors who see things from different perspectives, and realign my plan if needed. It's a constant process of recentering myself, so I don't let fear, excitement, or pride cloud my judgment. At this point, you might think, that's a lot of analysis. Where's the real action? Don't worry. What's coming next is where the OODA loop really comes alive. If you can get your orientation right, the next phase becomes a lot clearer. And once you see how all 4 steps connect, you'll understand why this method has become my secret weapon in making tough calls. 3. Decide. Here's the crossroads. After observing all relevant info and orienting myself properly, I have to make a choice. For my project launch, it came down to whether I'd enter the market right away or delay to incorporate a new feature. Neither option was guaranteed to succeed, so I weighed the data and listened to that little voice inside me, my gut feeling. I used to hate this stage because I'd stress over picking the wrong path. But I've learned that it's about making the most informed choice possible in that moment. If you've observed and oriented thoroughly, this step is more of a natural progression than a random leap. You realize every decision carries risk, so the goal is to minimize the blind spots. 4. Act. The final step is to follow through. I opted to go forward with the original launch date, focusing on my project's unique strengths rather than overhauling the plan at the last second. It was nerve-wracking, but once I decided, I committed fully. No half measures. This is critical because a half-executed decision can fail simply from lack of conviction. The moment I acted, I started noticing new feedback. Clients gave me immediate reactions. My team's morale shifted. Competitors' moves became more relevant. That's the loop in motion. My action created new data, which fed back into the first stage, observe, for my next round of decisions. The OODA loop isn't just a one-and-done checklist. It's a cycle, meaning you're constantly refining. By the time I launched, I was ready to dive back into Observe again, collecting feedback and adjusting on the fly. That's how you keep momentum alive. Each decision leads to new information, which shapes the next choice. If all this sounds like a structured system, that's because it is. But it's also flexible. How I handle these steps now might look different 6 months from today, especially if my priorities shift or if I learn something that changes my outlook. That's the beauty of a loop. It adapts alongside you. Let's take a step back and apply this logic more broadly. While my biggest current example might be launching a project, you could apply these principles anywhere. Want to build a new habit? Start by observing your daily routine. Orient yourself by spotting obstacles or triggers. Decide on the best approach. Then act on it. Next morning, observe again whether your new habit stuck. Adjust if needed. It's the same structure, just a different context. Here's a quick recap of how to make decisions using the OODA loop. 1. Observe. Gather as much information as possible from the environment and resources around you, like job requirements, market conditions, or personal factors. 2. Orient. Position yourself to interpret this data, noting how biases or perspectives might shape your understanding. 3. Decide. Determine a course of action, whether it's focusing on gaining support from a particular colleague, applying for a role, or pivoting your project approach. This step is about clarity. 4. Act. Implement the decision and follow through. Then circle back to observe to see the results. I won't pretend every decision I've made has been perfect. Sometimes I realize after acting that I missed a detail or let my emotions cloud my perspective. But because this method loops, I can reevaluate instantly. Each new cycle is an opportunity to refine my approach. One of the most transformative parts of this framework is recognizing that mistakes aren't deal breakers. They're just new data. If something flops, that's your cue to go back to observing, orienting, deciding, and acting again. Instead of beating yourself up, you view each misstep as a stepping stone toward a better outcome next time around. In the past, I might have been paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong call. Now, I see decisions as snapshots in time. I make the best choice possible with the information I have, then move on. It's liberating, and it's an ongoing process, not an endpoint. I don't think we ever graduate from needing to observe, orient, decide, and act. Each day brings fresh challenges and surprising insights. Let's face it, not every life challenge is as dramatic as a high-stakes project launch. Still, the principle remains. Whether I'm deciding which skill to learn next or whether to take on a new client, I rely on this cycle. It stops me from rushing in blindly or letting confusion stall my progress. Instead, I have a step-by-step strategy that keeps me grounded and nimble at the same time. So that's how I approach decisions these days. If you ever feel swamped by choices, I recommend trying this loop yourself. Start small. Pick an area where you face routine decisions. Diet, exercise, budgeting, scheduling, and walk through these 4 stages. See how the loop feels. If you find yourself analyzing things too deeply, it's a sign you might need more practice trusting your gut during the decide phase. If you act impulsively, maybe you need to go back and observe more thoroughly. The key is to keep cycling through, learning every time. If you can do that, you'll develop not just a better decision-making process, but also more self-awareness and resilience. Over time, you'll see improvements in how confidently you tackle projects, relate to others, and handle the unexpected. I found that strong decisions don't come from luck. They spring from an intentional, repeatable process. The OODA loop provides that clarity without confining me to a rigid formula. It grows with me, shifting as my life evolves. And that's exactly why it's my go-to system for tackling life's big and small choices alike. The next time you face a fork in the road, remember, observe what's happening. orient yourself to the facts and your own mindset. Decide on the best path forward and then act with confidence. Once you're done, the cycle starts anew, ready to guide you through the next challenge. It's a never-ending loop, and that's what makes it so powerful. If you want a concise summary of everything I've just covered, I've created a 2-page PDF summary of this video. Click the link below and I'll send you a handy breakdown of the OODA loop with quick tips to put it into practice right away. It's free and it's my way of helping you solidify what you've learned so you can start making better decisions today. Have you ever wondered how some people can remember vast amounts of information effortlessly, while others struggle to recall what they had for breakfast? What if I told you there's a technique that can unlock your brain's full potential, allowing you to remember anything you want? Today, I'm going to share how I learned to remember everything using a powerful method called spaced repetition. In our modern world, we often rely on technology to store information for us. We have smartphones to remember phone numbers, addresses, birthdays, and even reminders of appointments. It's convenient, but it can make us complacent about our own memory abilities. But think about it. Before the digital age, people memorized all sorts of information. Important dates, lengthy speeches, complex procedures, and so much more. Our brains were constantly challenged to store and recall information, and they became better at it. The truth is, our brains aren't just capable of remembering more, they thrive on it. They're like muscles that grow stronger with use. So, how can we tap into this incredible capacity? The answer lies in a learning strategy called spaced repetition. Spaced repetition involves reviewing information at increasing intervals over time. By doing this, you're training your brain to move information from short-term memory into long-term memory. It's not about cramming or rote memorization. It's about reinforcing the neural pathways that help you recall information when you need it. Scientists and psychologists have studied this concept for over 200 years. They've discovered that simply repeating information over and over in a single session isn't effective for long-term retention. Instead, spacing out your study sessions significantly improves your ability to remember. Let me share my own experience. When I was trying to learn a new language, I struggled to remember vocabulary. I would spend hours studying, only to forget most of it the next day. Then I discovered spaced repetition. By reviewing new words at specific intervals, I found that I could recall them more easily, and they began to stick in my memory. But how does this work? Why does spacing out your study sessions make such a difference? The key lies in understanding how our brains process and forget information. Our brains communicate through chemical and electrical signals, forming connections that represent our memories. When we first learn something, it's stored in our short-term memory. Without reinforcement, these memories fade quickly. In the late 19th century, German scientist Hermann Ebbinghaus conducted experiments on memory and forgetting. He developed what's known as the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve, a model that shows how information is lost over time if there's no attempt to retain it. Ebbinghaus found that we forget about 50% of new information within an hour of learning it. By the next day, we've forgotten up to 70%, and after a week, we might remember only 10%. It's a startling realization, but it also presents an opportunity. By reviewing information at strategic intervals, right before we're likely to forget it, we can interrupt the forgetting process and strengthen our memory. Each time we revisit the material, the forgetting curve becomes less steep, and we retain more over time. This is where spaced repetition comes in. By scheduling review sessions at increasing intervals, we reinforce our memory of the information. It's like reminding our brain that this knowledge is important and needs to be kept accessible. One practical way to apply spaced repetition is through the use of flashcards. When learning new material, create flashcards with questions on one side and answers on the other. Review them regularly, focusing more on the cards you find difficult. In 1973, Sebastian Littner introduced the Littner system, an effective way to implement spaced repetition using flashcards and a series of boxes. Here's how it works. You place all your flashcards in the first box. When you review them, if you get a card right, you move it to the next box, which you review less frequently. If you get it wrong, it goes back to the first box. This system ensures that you spend more time on the material you're struggling with and less time on what you've already mastered. Over time, even the most challenging information becomes easier to recall. But spaced repetition isn't just limited to physical flashcards. There are numerous apps and digital platforms that use this technique, making it easier than ever to apply it to your learning routine. For example, when I was preparing for a professional exam, I used an app that scheduled my study sessions based on spaced repetition. The result? I retained more information with less overall study time, and I passed the exam with flying colours. Of course, like any learning technique, there are potential pitfalls. One common mistake is trying to learn too much at once. It's tempting to cram as much information into your brain as possible, especially when you're under pressure. But cramming doesn't lead to long-term retention. You might remember the information for the test, but you'll likely forget it soon after. Another mistake is passive review, simply rereading notes or highlighting text. These activities don't engage your brain in the way that active recall does. With spaced repetition, you're constantly testing yourself, which strengthens your memory. It's also important to understand that recognition isn't the same as recall. Just because something looks familiar doesn't mean you can retrieve it from memory. That's why testing yourself without looking at the answers is crucial. Imagine if a surgeon learned the material enough to pass their exams, but didn't retain it when they began practicing. The consequences could be dire. True learning involves not just temporary recognition, but deep understanding and long-term retention. By using spaced repetition, you're giving your brain the best chance to move information into long-term memory. You're building a strong foundation of knowledge that you can draw upon whenever you need it. Our brains are truly amazing organs, capable of storing vast amounts of information. By understanding how they work and using techniques like spaced repetition, we can unlock their full potential. So, how can you start using spaced repetition today? Here's a simple plan. First, identify the information you want to learn. Break it down into manageable chunks, whether it's vocabulary words, historical dates, formulas, or concepts. Next, create your flashcards or use a digital app designed for spaced repetition. Begin reviewing the material, testing yourself actively. When you answer correctly, follow the litmus system by moving the card to the next box or extending the interval before you review it again. Here's a sample schedule. First review, right after your initial learning session. Second review, 1 day later. Third review, 3 days later. Fourth review, 1 week later. Fifth review, 2 weeks later. Adjust the intervals based on how well you're retaining the information. The key is to review the material right before you're likely to forget it. Remember, consistency is crucial. Make spaced repetition a regular part of your study routine. Even a few minutes each day can make a significant difference over time. So, whether you're a student aiming for top grades, a professional expanding your skill set, or simply someone passionate about learning, spaced repetition can be a game changer. It's not just about working harder, it's about working smarter. Learning isn't about how much time you spend with your books or screen. It's about how effectively you use that time. By spacing out your study sessions and actively engaging with the material, you're not just memorizing facts. You're truly learning and retaining information. The next time you need to remember something important, don't just cram. Space it out. Test yourself and watch as your ability to recall information improves dramatically. Give spaced repetition a try, and you might just find that you, too, can learn to remember everything. Before we wrap up, I have something special to help you apply spaced repetition in your own life. I've created an exclusive PDF summary of this video, including all the key points we've discussed, from the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve to the litmus system, and even the sample schedule to get you started. This detailed guide is specific to everything we've covered in this video, and is designed to reinforce your understanding so you can begin unlocking your brain's full potential right away. Just click the link below, enter your email, and I'll send it straight to your inbox. Let's continue building those neural pathways together. Most people want to be productive. We want to do our jobs well and produce quality work. Regardless of the type of work you do, you probably want it to be worth doing, and you want the end result to be a positive accomplishment. But sometimes it can be hard to be productive. Things can stand in our way and make it difficult to complete, or sometimes even begin, the projects we had planned to do. Writer Margarita Tartakovsky has been credited with stating, "Productivity isn't about being a workhorse, keeping busy, or burning the midnight oil. It's more about priorities, planning, and fiercely protecting your time. There's only so many hours in a day, and our energies can be scattered and pulled in many directions. So what can be done when you're not as productive as you'd like to be? Let's take a look at a few common behaviours that might be sabotaging your productivity. Number 1. Failure to set goals. How can you expect to be productive if you don't know what you want to do? Without clear, achievable goals, it's hard to measure progress or feel a sense of accomplishment. Imagine if you were driving your car, but had no goal in sight as to where you were going. If you're driving randomly, in no particular direction, you'll likely end up somewhere that's not of your choosing. So the first step in becoming more productive involves establishing specific goals. So, what is a goal? How do you achieve it? Of course, there are many kinds of goals. Personal, professional, financial, or career goals are a few examples. And then within the general areas, there are specific goals, like particular work projects, a health goal like staying on track with a workout routine, or a financial goal of buying a car or saving money for a vacation. According to one common dictionary, a goal can be defined as a desired result. So when setting goals, you might start with writing down 5 things that you desire to achieve. Then list the steps you'll need to take to reach the desired result. One way to organize the steps you'll take is to use the SMART method. S equals specific. Be sure you know exactly what your goal is. If you want to save money for a vacation, specify how much you will need to save overall. Then decide exactly how much you will set aside for your vacation each week, rather than just randomly trying to save money when you can. M equals measurable. You need to have a way to keep track of your progress. In the scenario of saving money, you can actually see how much you have saved and be able to see where you are on the path to the final goal. A equals attainable. Set goals that are realistic to you. It's okay to challenge yourself, but it still needs to be something that is within your reach. For example, setting a goal to save a certain amount of money will involve assessing your income and establishing a plan to save a realistic amount, and still have enough money to cover your regular expenses. R equals relevant. When setting a goal, consider whether it is in sync with your life and other goals. Is it going to help you in other areas of your life and contribute to your overall long-term goals? T equals time specific. A goal should have a deadline. That way you know when to expect to achieve it, rather than just saying, someday. Set daily, weekly, and monthly goals to keep yourself engaged and motivated. One way to do this is writing your plan on a calendar. By monitoring your goals on a daily basis, you can keep track of your progress and make adjustments as needed. One other roadblock to productivity is trying to set too many goals. Once you've accomplished certain goals, you can add more. But keep it manageable, so it won't become overwhelming. Trying to do too much can leave you feeling stuck, not knowing where to start. Number 2, perfectionism. Aiming for high standards isn't bad, but being overly critical about your work can lead to excessive delays. Perfectionism often results in procrastination and unfinished tasks, because nothing ever feels good enough to be completed. Recognize when it's time to move on to the next task. Writer Mark Twain said, "Continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection." If you're in a stalemate because you are waiting for perfection, your productivity is going to take a hit. If you've done your best, then move on. Learn from your mistakes and continually improve your skills. Remember that perfection is never the goal. Done is often better than perfect. Number 3, poor time management. Being in control of your time can make a big difference in the rate of your productivity. Without a clear schedule or priorities, it's easy to waste time or spend it on less important tasks. Scheduling your time also helps you to have realistic expectations and avoid overbooking. Motivational speaker and author Paul J. Meyer wrote, "Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort." If you have already identified your goals and the steps you need to take to achieve them, then follow that plan to determine the course of your day. You can be more productive when you already have the day outlined on your schedule. Begin by identifying the top 3 tasks that need your attention and allocate specific times to focus on them. Leave a few open slots in your daily calendar for those unexpected situations and tasks that pop up unannounced. You can incorporate the extra things into your day without taking away from your overall goals. While planning your schedule, be sure to include break times. Skipping breaks might seem like a good way to get more done, but it can actually lead to burnout and decreased productivity. Regular short breaks, especially with physical movement or a change of scenery, can boost your energy and focus for longer periods. Number 4. Multitasking. Switching between tasks can lead to more errors and less focus. Focus on one activity at a time, and your work quality and efficiency can improve dramatically. This is where having a schedule and using time management tools to achieve your goals can be helpful. When you are interrupted from a task, it can take up to 20 minutes to refocus and get back on track. If that happens continually all day, you might find yourself starting a lot of different projects and not finishing any of them. Focus on being productive instead of busy, stated author Tim Ferriss. When you have too many things keeping you busy, it's hard to focus on being productive. Number 5. Letting your emotions get the best of you. When you're not taking care of your mental health, it can be difficult to get anything done. Stressful situations and drama can overwhelm your thoughts and make it hard to focus. Keep a calm mind so you can actually think. If you find yourself being drawn into other people's dramas, be mindful of protecting yourself from energy-draining vampires that can leave you both physically and emotionally depleted. It's hard to be productive when you're distracted with things that are unrelated to the project you're trying to finish. Breathing exercises are one way to help you refocus. Then you can use your thinking brain instead of being stuck in your survival brain. Turn off and shut out distractions that aren't helping you achieve your goals, keeping in mind that there are some things you can control and some things you can't. Make decisions and take appropriate actions to preserve your peace of mind. Ty and the team at Psych2Go have a great video on little habits to have a better day, where they highlight the impact of gratitude. Embracing thankfulness not only boosts your mood, it can also provide that extra boost of energy to stay productive. Training yourself to spot the good around you eases mental strain and helps you stay on track with your goals. Check the link in the description for their video. And if you're looking for more positive insights, Psych2Go shares a mission similar to mine. So be sure to explore their channel. The feeling of accomplishment you get when you are productive is a good thing. But when you're not doing as well as you'd like, examine the behaviours that might be holding you back. Think about where you need to make changes. Artist Pablo Picasso said, "Action is the foundational key to all success." In order to be more productive, using a few simple tips can help you to get going. Set reasonable, attainable goals, manage your time, and stay on track. You may find your level of productivity will spring back to life. I've created a special illustration of these 5 common behaviours that kill productivity, so you'll have all of these tips and reminders in one convenient place. It's a custom, visual breakdown of everything we just talked about. Click the link below, drop your email, and I'll send the illustration straight to your inbox. This way, whenever you catch yourself slipping into perfectionism or juggling too many tasks, you'll have a handy reminder of how to get back on track. Imagine waking up every day with a secret weapon that turns chaos into calm, transforming your scattered routines into a seamless flow. Picture this. One morning, you're overwhelmed by endless to-do lists and distractions, and everything seems impossible. But then you discover a way to make progress, even on the toughest days, with just a few tiny adjustments to your routine. Today, I'm going to show you how 5 tiny habits can help you master consistency effortlessly. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact steps I use to turn everyday tasks into powerful routines that not only boost productivity but also build unwavering confidence. This isn't about dramatic overhauls or radical changes. It's about small, focused habits that make a huge impact over time. Get ready to dive into a system that has helped me and countless others create smoother transitions, more predictable progress, and a lifestyle where every action moves you closer to your goals. Consistency is the cornerstone of success. Think about it. When you stick to a routine, you set yourself up for smoother experiences, less confusion, and far fewer disappointments. Inconsistent habits lead to delays and missed opportunities, while a steady routine builds discipline, self-control, and ultimately, confidence. As the great Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. That simple truth has guided me through both the ups and downs of life. But how do you build this habit of consistency? Today, I'm breaking it down into 5 tiny habits that, when practiced daily, can transform the way you work and live. Each habit is designed to help you stick to your plan and keep moving forward, even on days when motivation is low. Let me set the stage. I used to struggle with inconsistency. My days were a jumble of tasks that often went unfinished, and my progress was unpredictable. Then I started implementing these tiny habits, and everything changed. I found that by dedicating just a little bit of structure to my day, I could overcome distractions, manage my time better, and finally build a system that worked. Now, let's break down these habits one by one. Habit number 1. Time your tasks. The first habit is all about scheduling. Dedicate fixed time slots for specific tasks each day. When you pre-plan your day, say, by breaking it into 15 to 30-minute blocks, you create a framework that naturally guides your actions. In the morning, this might mean a block for getting dressed, eating a healthy breakfast, and doing a quick yoga routine or exercise. At work, you might schedule segments for checking emails, deep work sessions, or even a brief review of your progress. Even those quick-pick 2-minute tasks have their place. By planning for the unexpected, you ensure that nothing derails your schedule. The secret here is to follow your planned schedule religiously. Over time, these fixed slots become the backbone of your consistency, transforming random, chaotic days into structured, efficient ones. Habit number 2. Get it done. Next up is the art of immediate action. Sometimes, the dread of starting a task can sap more energy than the task itself. I learned from David Allen's 2-minute rule that if something takes less than 2 minutes, you should just do it. Instead of letting small tasks pile up and weigh you down, handle them right away. Whether it's responding to a quick email or tidying up a small mess, knocking these out immediately prevents them from turning into nagging interruptions later on. By consistently getting it done, you clear your mental clutter and build a habit of swift action that propels you forward. This habit has been a game changer. By tackling quick tasks on the spot, I free up my time and energy for the work that really matters. Habit number 3. Prioritize your tasks. Consistency isn't just about doing things on time. It's about doing the right things at the right time. Prioritizing your tasks means taking a moment to decide which activities are most important and tackling them one at a time. I use a method inspired by the Ivy Lee method. Every evening, I list the 6 most important tasks for the next day, ranked in order of importance. When you focus on one task until it's finished, rather than juggling several at once, you not only increase your efficiency, but also your sense of achievement. This focused approach ensures that your most critical tasks get the attention they deserve, paving the way for consistent success. When every day starts with a clear plan of priorities, you'll notice a remarkable improvement in both your productivity and your confidence. Habit number 4. Avoid 0 days. A 0 day is a day when you don't make any progress toward your goals. Even on the busiest or most challenging days, making at least a tiny bit of progress is essential. The idea is simple. Do something every day that contributes to your long-term goals, no matter how small. It could be as simple as writing one sentence in your journal, sending one email to a potential client, or taking a brief walk. The key is to keep the momentum going. By avoiding 0 days, you maintain forward progress and reinforce the habit of consistency. This habit has taught me that even on days when everything feels overwhelming, a single small step is all it takes to keep the cycle of progress alive. Habit number 5. Create visual reminders. Finally, visual reminders serve as powerful cues to keep you on track. Our brains are wired to remember images better than words alone. By creating a visual representation of your goals, you constantly reinforce your commitment to consistency. Whether it's a whiteboard that maps out your daily tasks, a vision board filled with images that inspire you, or even post-it notes with affirmations like, "I consistently finish all of my tasks." These visual cues act as constant reminders of your purpose. Every time you see these cues, you're nudged back on track, reinforcing the habits that lead to success. As Dennis Conner once said, if you can visualize it, you can actualize it. This simple yet powerful habit can transform your mindset and ensure that your daily actions are aligned with your long-term goals. So, let's quickly recap the 5 tiny habits that can help you master consistency effortlessly. 1. Time your tasks. Block out specific periods for each activity and stick to your schedule. This creates a structured framework that guides your day. 2. Get it done. Embrace the 2-minute rule to tackle small tasks immediately, preventing them from piling up and overwhelming you. 3. Prioritize your tasks. Use techniques like the Ivy Lee method to rank your tasks and focus on one priority at a time. This targeted approach builds momentum. 4. Avoid 0 days. Commit to making at least a little progress every single day. Even the smallest action keeps the cycle of productivity alive. 5. Create visual reminders. Use visual tools, whiteboards, vision boards, sticky notes, to keep your goals front and center. These cues help you stay focused and motivated. Mastering consistency isn't about drastic changes or overhauling your entire life overnight. It's about integrating these small habits into your daily routine. When you commit to these practices, you create an environment where progress becomes inevitable. Over time, these habits reinforce each other, leading to smoother transitions, enhanced discipline, and a reliable track record of success. Consistency transforms not just your productivity, but also your mindset, making every day a step toward excellence. By developing these tiny habits, you empower yourself to take control of your schedule and build a foundation of steady, reliable progress. Remember, it's the cumulative effect of these small actions that leads to big results. Each habit, no matter how minor it may seem, plays a crucial role in creating a lifestyle of consistency, one where your daily routines support your long-term ambitions and help you achieve your goals with confidence. So, start today. Plan your schedule, clear your quick tasks, prioritize what matters most, ensure you never have a 0 day, and set up those visual reminders. Over time, you'll see that mastering consistency is not just a goal. It becomes a way of life. By embracing these habits, you'll discover that consistency isn't a burden. It's a powerful ally in the journey towards success. If you're eager to cement these 5 tiny habits into your daily routine, click the link below to receive the exclusive illustration from this video that visually maps out every key step, from time blocking your day to setting powerful visual reminders. This custom visual roadmap is designed specifically to give you a personal guide to mastering consistency every day. Have you ever woken up brimming with the desire to transform your life, only to find that fervor vanish by the time the sun rises? One moment, you're ready to conquer the world. The next, you're stuck in the same place, wondering where all that motivation went. It's as if motivation is a fleeting shadow, elusive and unpredictable. But what if I told you there's a way to grasp it, to keep it kindled long enough to make real, lasting changes in your life? Motivation isn't some mystical force that descends upon us without warning. It's not a magical potion you sip to suddenly ignite a fire within. Instead, it's something we cultivate, a byproduct of action and momentum. Waiting for motivation to strike is like sitting in a parked car and expecting to reach your destination. The truth is, to feel motivated, you have to start moving. So how do you kickstart that engine? How do you go from standing still to charging ahead? It all begins with making an instant impact. 1. Make an instant impact. Picture this. Your alarm blares, ripping you from the depths of a dream where anything is possible. The weights of yesterday's tasks and tomorrow's uncertainties press down, tempting you to hit snooze and retreat under the covers. The temptation to linger in bed is strong. You reach for your phone, telling yourself, just 5 more minutes. A quick scroll through social media turns into half an hour, and any spark of motivation has dimmed. Here's the secret. Don't give hesitation a chance. The very moment you wake up, swing your legs out of bed and stand up. Take a deep breath, feel the ground beneath your feet, and acknowledge that today is a new opportunity. Immediate action propels you forward, setting the tone for the rest of your day. It's not glamorous, and it might not feel effortless at first, but taking that first step creates momentum. And momentum, as it turns out, is a close ally of motivation. When you come home after a long day and face a mountain of tasks, the dishes piling up, emails awaiting responses, a workout you've been postponing, dive in headfirst. Don't allow yourself the luxury of procrastination. Starting is often the hardest part, but once you begin, you'll find that motivation catches up with you. By making an instant impact, you remove the barriers that prevent you from moving forward. This principle applies to any area of life. Want to start a new hobby? Don't spend weeks researching the perfect equipment or the best tutorials. Grab whatever you have and get started. Thinking about learning a new language? Download a language app and begin with the basics. The key is to act immediately, turning intentions into actions before doubt creeps in. 2. Tracking your progress. Once you're in motion, how do you keep going? The key lies in tracking your progress. Goals are easy to set, but much harder to achieve without a roadmap. Your brain needs checkpoints, tangible evidence of how far you've come. Begin by jotting down your tasks and accomplishments in a journal or planner. It doesn't have to be complicated. A simple notebook will do. For those who prefer structure, there are countless templates and planners available online to guide you. Digital apps can also offer reminders and visual charts to showcase your progress over time. Tracking progress serves a dual purpose. Practically, it helps you identify what's working and what's not, allowing you to allocate your energy more efficiently. Psychologically, seeing a record of your achievements fuels your motivation. Each checkmark or note is proof that you're capable of following through. It's a visual affirmation of your commitment and progress. For example, if you're aiming to run a marathon, recording each training session, noting your times and distances, gives you a clear picture of your improvement. When you see that a week ago you could barely run a mile, and now you're comfortably completing 3, it boosts your confidence and motivates you to keep pushing. Momentum builds motivation, and with each step tracked, you're creating a pathway that's easier to follow. Remember, you don't have to wait for motivation to find you. By acknowledging and celebrating your progress, you're actively generating it. 3. Reflect on past successes. We've all faced challenges and overcome obstacles, but how often do we pause to reflect on those victories? When motivation wanes, looking back on your past successes can reignite your drive. Take some time to revisit your journal or think about moments when you overcame adversity. How did you do it? What strategies did you employ? Recognizing that you've triumphed before can bolster your confidence and remind you that you're more resilient than you think. Suppose you once struggled with a difficult project at work, but managed to deliver outstanding results. Reflect on the steps you took. Maybe you broke the project into manageable tasks or sought advice from colleagues. These past strategies can be reapplied to current challenges. It's important to remember that motivation can ebb and flow. During the lows, your previous achievements serve as a reservoir of strength. If a past version of you could navigate challenges and come out on top, there's no reason the present you can't do the same. 4. Leverage the power of visualization. Now that you've harnessed action and acknowledged your progress, it's time to look ahead. Visualization is a powerful tool that can bridge the gap between where you are and where you want to be. By vividly imagining your goals coming to fruition, you're priming your mind to make them a reality. Start by creating a vision board. Gather images, quotes, and anything that represents your aspirations. This hands-on activity isn't just about crafting a collage. It's about cementing your goals in your daily consciousness. Place your vision board somewhere you'll see it often, perhaps on your bedroom wall or as a screensaver on your devices. Each glance reinforces your commitment and keeps you focused. Visualization can also be practiced mentally. Spend a few minutes each day picturing yourself achieving your goals. Imagine the details, how it feels, what you see, who is around you. This mental rehearsal prepares your brain for actual performance, reducing anxiety and increasing confidence. Alternatively, adopt a personal mantra or write affirmations on sticky notes placed around your space. These constant prompts serve as gentle nudges, keeping your motivation levels high. Visualization isn't just daydreaming. It's an active process of setting your intentions and aligning your actions accordingly. For instance, if you're aiming to improve your public speaking skills, visualize yourself delivering a speech confidently, the audience engaged and responsive. This practice can alleviate fears and encourage you to take opportunities that bring you closer to your goal. 5. Manage your expectations. While it's empowering to set ambitious goals, it's equally important to manage your expectations. Waking up on January 1st and deciding to write a best-selling novel or become a millionaire by year's end is exciting, but without a realistic plan, you might set yourself up for disappointment. Setting achievable milestones helps maintain motivation over the long term. Break down larger goals into smaller, manageable tasks. This approach allows you to experience frequent wins, which keeps your momentum going. For example, if your goal is to write a book, start by setting a daily or weekly word count target. Celebrate each chapter completed. If you're aiming for financial growth, outline specific strategies, like saving a certain amount each month or investing in education to boost your earning potential. Avoid the trap of comparing your journey to others. Everyone's path is unique, and measuring your progress against someone else's can lead to unnecessary frustration and diminished motivation. Focus on your growth, celebrate your achievements, and adjust your expectations as needed. Remember, it's not about lowering your standards, but about setting yourself up for success with realistic benchmarks. This balanced approach keeps you motivated without overwhelming you. 6. Stimulate your mind. Motivation isn't solely about action. It's also about nourishing your mind. In the hustle of daily life, it's easy to fall into routines that leave little room for creativity and exploration. Yet, stimulating your mind is crucial for maintaining motivation. Engage in activities that inspire you. Read books that challenge your thinking. Write for pleasure. Explore art, or dive into new hobbies. Attend workshops. Visit museums, or take a course in something entirely new. These pursuits rekindle your creativity and can provide fresh perspectives on your goals. Creativity isn't limited to artists or writers. It's a fundamental aspect of being human. It fuels innovation and problem solving, both of which are essential in pursuing any objective. By prioritizing mental stimulation, you're keeping your mind sharp and your motivation levels high. For example, learning to play a musical instrument can enhance your cognitive abilities, which may translate into better problem-solving skills at work. Exploring nature through hikes can inspire mindfulness, reducing stress and improving your overall well-being. Additionally, Connecting with others who share your interests can provide a support network. Sharing ideas and experiences keeps the motivational fire burning. Surround yourself with people who encourage growth and challenge you to reach new heights. By now, you're well equipped with strategies to harness and maintain your motivation. But let's face it, there will be days when motivation is hard to find. On those days, remember that motivation is not just a feeling. It's a commitment to yourself. Motivation is the invisible oil that keeps the world's engine running. It's what gets us out of bed in the morning and carries us through the day. Understanding how it works and employing methods to kickstart it can be the difference between standing still and reaching your dreams. Above all else, it's important to recognize that motivation won't always be there waiting for you. It's earned through repeated actions that enhance self-awareness. When you're more attuned to your needs and patterns, you can navigate the obstacles that hinder motivation. So don't wait for motivation to find you. Start by making an instant impact. Track your progress, reflect on your successes, visualize your goals, manage your expectations, and stimulate your mind. Each of these steps fuels the next, creating a cycle of momentum and motivation that propels you forward. I've created a special free PDF summary for this video, which includes all 6 strategies we've covered. It's tailored specifically to help you implement the steps we've discussed today. Click the link below, enter your email, and I'll send it straight to your inbox. Remember, motivation is right there in front of you. All you need to do is reach out and grab it. Imagine this. It's a hectic Monday morning. Around you, chaos reigns. A phone that never stops buzzing, unexpected emails piling up, and a constant barrage of demands for your attention. Yet, amid all this frenzy, you notice one person, calm, collected, and seemingly in complete control. They face every twist and turn without faltering. How is that possible? What if you could learn to master that same unshakable self-control, even when life throws you into turmoil? In today's journey, we're not just going to talk about self-control, we're going to show you how to become an expert at it. Picture experiencing the rush of handling a crisis with grace, the satisfaction of pausing before reacting impulsively, and the power that comes from knowing exactly how to navigate discomfort. We're about to dive into 4 transformative principles that will help you harness self-control in ways you've never imagined. And trust me, by the end of this video, you'll be ready to take on every unexpected challenge with a calm mind and clear purpose. Before we get into the details, think about a moment in your life when you reacted too quickly or impulsively and later wish you'd paused. Now, imagine reversing that reaction, stepping back, taking control, and choosing a response that aligns with your true intentions. That's the promise of mastering self-control. And today, you're going to see how to build that mindset, step by step. Let's fast forward through a few intense scenarios. In one scene, a firefighter, amidst a roaring blaze, methodically plans his next move rather than succumbing to panic. In another, a business leader receives devastating news mid-presentation, but instead of a breakdown, they take a deep breath, recalibrate, and steer the conversation with confidence. And then there's the quiet moment of a parent finding themselves in the midst of a toddler's tantrum, choosing compassion over frustration in a split second. Now, pause and consider this progression. These people aren't just lucky or born with it. They have developed a rare skill set that turns crisis into opportunity. They follow a series of practices that keep them centered even when everything around them is falling apart. By seeing how these moments of self-control unfold across different walks of life, whether in the pressures of a high-stakes job, a life-threatening emergency, or the everyday struggles of parenting, you begin to understand that self-control is not an inborn trait. It is a skill that you can cultivate and refine. Picture yourself in one of these scenarios, feeling that surge of empowerment as you make a deliberate, mindful choice instead of reacting impulsively. This is the turning point where you begin to see the true value of self-control. not by simply saying what you will do, but by actively showing what it looks like in real life. Part 1. The foundation of self-control. Let's dig deeper. At the very core of expert self-control lie 4 interrelated pillars. These keys are not abstract theories. They are practical, proven strategies that you can start using right now. First, consider the idea of responding mindfully. Ever notice how some people seem to float through difficult situations, like they're immune to negative emotions? Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh once said, "Mindfulness is the energy of being aware and awake to the present moment." When you're fully present, not lost in regrets about the past or worries about the future, you gain the clarity necessary to choose your actions wisely. Think of it as stepping into a pause between stimulus and response. In that precious gap, you have the power to decide whether to let anger, fear, or impulse drive your reaction, or whether to respond with calm, rational thought. It's here where the seeds of self-control are sown. Imagine you're in a heated discussion at work. Rather than firing off an angry reply, you take a deep breath, observe your emotions, and then choose your words carefully. It's this gap, the moment between feeling and replying, that makes all the difference. That gap is where you decide if you're going to let your emotions rule, or you're going to be the master of the moment. Next, let's talk about embracing discomfort. Many of us instinctively seek comfort and try to avoid any situation that may cause us pain, stress, or anxiety. Yet life isn't always a smooth ride. Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminded us, some things are within our power, while others are not. Instead of dreading the unexpected, we can prepare ourselves by welcoming discomfort, even if it's only temporarily. Enter the concept of voluntary discomfort. Consider trying something challenging on purpose, a temporary fast from a cherished indulgence, or spending a day without modern conveniences. By intentionally placing yourself in mildly uncomfortable situations, you build resilience. You train your mind and body to cope with inconvenience, stress, and change. When the real curveballs of life come your way, you won't be thrown off balance because you are already accustomed to handling discomfort with a calm, composed mindset. This is where the dichotomy of control comes into play. Focus on what you can control, in your thoughts, words, and actions, and practice letting go of the rest. By embracing discomfort, you're not just weathering the storm, you're learning to dance in the rain. Now, shift your focus to voluntary simplicity. In our modern lives, we're bombarded with choices, possessions, and distractions. Simplifying isn't about deprivation. It's about intentionally streamlining your life. When you pare down the clutter, both physically and mentally, your capacity for self-control increases. You begin to see what truly matters and prioritize quality over quantity. Consider your last shopping trip. Did you buy something meaningful or just another impulse purchase that adds little value? By practicing voluntary simplicity, you take control over your impulses, directing your energy toward activities and choices that align with your true goals. This principle is beautifully summed up by martial arts coach Chris Maticus, who noted that, in the modern world, we are surrounded by so much abundance that we cannot see it. Don't let the endless noise of modern life eclipse what's important. Declutter your responsibilities, your possessions, and even your mental space, so that when moments of challenge arise, you have the clarity to act deliberately and in accordance with your deepest values. Finally, we arrive at practicing gratitude. Gratitude might seem like a simple concept, but its impact on self-control is profound. When we cultivate gratitude, we shift our focus from what we lack or what is stressful to what is truly valuable in our lives. Neuroscience tells us that feeling gratitude activates the medial prefrontal cortex, the region of your brain responsible for processing positive experiences and regulating emotions. Picture a scenario. You see a child's eyes light up after receiving a long-awaited gift. You witness someone's life being transformed by an act of kindness. Those moments aren't just heartwarming. They become catalysts for internal change. Gratitude realigns your priorities, giving you a clear understanding of what truly matters. When you're aware of your blessings and the positive forces at work around you, it becomes easier to exercise self-control. You're less likely to be swayed by immediate impulses or distractions because your decisions are rooted in a broader sense of purpose. By integrating gratitude into your daily life, you create a reservoir of emotional strength. This practice doesn't mean ignoring life's challenges. Rather, it provides the mental fortitude to respond rather than react when those challenges arise. Picture everything we've discussed so far. Imagine applying these strategies in a high-pressure situation, a moment that might have previously overwhelmed you. Visualize yourself taking a deep breath, acknowledging the challenge, and calmly choosing the best course of action. That simple act of being present transforms chaos into opportunity. This is the magic moment, the turning point where you realize that self-control isn't about denying your emotions. It's about harnessing them to serve your goals. And as you see that transformation take hold, you become the architect of your life. No one and nothing can dictate your response if you master these techniques. Part 2. Bringing it all together. So, how do you weave these principles into the fabric of your everyday life? It starts with small, intentional actions that gradually build it into robust habits. Let's break down each component into actionable steps. Step 1. Master the art of the pause. Every time you feel an impulse or strong emotion surfacing, take a deliberate pause. In that brief moment, remind yourself that you have a choice. Consider the most beneficial response rather than the immediate reaction. Practice this skill daily. Over time, this pause will become a natural, almost instinctive part of your behavior. Step 2. Embrace a routine of voluntary discomfort. Incorporate challenges into your life that force you out of your comfort zone. This could be something like a digital detox for a day, fasting from a certain luxury, or even pushing yourself through a challenging workout when you'd rather relax. By doing so, you prepare your mind and body for the unpredictable twists life inevitably presents. Step 3. Commit to voluntary simplicity. Audit your daily routines and possessions. Ask yourself, what truly adds value to my life? What is redundant noise? Start eliminating distractions and extraneous choices. Focus on what matters most: time with loved ones, meaningful work, and personal growth, and minimize engagements that drain your energy. Step 4. Cultivate a daily gratitude practice. Begin or end each day by noting at least 3 things you are grateful for. These don't have to be monumental. They can be simple moments of beauty, acts of kindness from others, or personal achievements that remind you of your progress. Soon, this habit will rewire your brain to focus on abundance rather than scarcity, which in turn will bolster your capacity for self-control. Let's revisit the vivid examples we started with. That firefighter wasn't devoid of fear. Instead, he had honed his ability to pause in the midst of peril, embracing discomfort and channeling his emotions into purposeful action. The business leader wasn't unfeeling. They had learned to process stress with a calm, deliberate mindset. And that parent wasn't indifferent. They simply chose, in the heat of a moment, to respond mindfully rather than react impulsively. This isn't just theory. It's a blueprint for a more composed, intentional way of living. It's about building resilience day by day. With every mindful moment, every voluntary act of discomfort, every deliberate simplification of your life, and every thankful reflection, you are constructing an internal fortress. A fortress that shields you from needless chaos and empowers you to take charge of your destiny. Let this powerful question resonate with you. Are you ready to become an expert at self-control? The steps are in your hands. Embrace the discomfort. Respond to life with mindfulness. Simplify your world to cherish what truly matters, and practice gratitude daily. In doing so, you unlock the potential to transform ordinary moments into extraordinary achievements. Every great story of triumph starts with a single moment of choice. Choose to pause, choose to reflect, and choose to master the art of self-control. Your future, empowered and self-determined, begins right now. When you lead your life by these principles, you not only steer your own course, you inspire others to do the same. Stay empowered, and remember, true mastery comes from within. Here's one final resource to truly embed today's lessons into your life. Click the link below to access an exclusive PDF summary, specifically crafted for this journey. In it, you'll find a detailed breakdown of those key strategies we discussed. Enter your email, and you'll receive this tailored guide that's designed exactly for this moment in your transformational journey and deepens the insights you just experienced. Imagine this. It's 6 a.m., and instead of dragging yourself out of bed, you wake up with purpose, energy, and excitement. Today, we're uncovering 5 small habits that pack a giant return on your life. And if you think tiny changes can't create huge results, get ready to have your mind blown. Over the next few minutes, you'll experience a journey where each habit builds on the next, the kind of transformation that happens over days, not years. This isn't a wishful fantasy. It's a proven recipe for a life of energy, success, and fulfillment. The secret lies in consistently repeating these habits and watching them build into the blueprint of a vibrant life. The journey from mere existence to true vitality is paved with these tiny, powerful habits. This isn't just theory. It's science, practice, and everyday success distilled into your routine. Let's start with one of the cornerstones: setting daily goals and priorities. Every day, we make choices that shape our lives. The simple actions that build up gradually determine our future. Imagine if you were able to decide, with unwavering clarity, what mattered most each day. Instead of wandering through hours without direction, you'd be on a clearly mapped path toward your long-term aspirations. Setting daily goals grounded in your personal priorities transforms abstract dreams into tangible steps. Bill Copeland famously said, "The trouble with not having a goal is that you can spend your life running up and down the field and never score." Daily goal setting is like designing the game plan of your life. When you decide, even for just one day, on a clear focus, whether it's a fitness target, a creative project, or even a consistent habit, you're investing in the future you desire. Reflect on this. If you prioritize what truly matters, you'll naturally make time for it. Instead of convincing yourself, "I don't have time for that," reframe your mindset to, "It's not a priority." And when you assign value to your health, growth, and relationships, every day becomes a building block for future success. Next, consider the often overlooked realm of sleep. Developing a consistent sleep schedule isn't just about rest. It's about setting the stage for peak performance. The world around us glorifies the hustle, but burning the candle at both ends isn't sustainable. Have you ever noticed how a well-rested mind makes clear decisions, enhances creativity, and boosts overall brain function? Sound sleep isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. Think back to those nights when you tossed and turned, only to wake feeling muddled and tired. Now imagine a scenario where you hit the hay at the same time every night and awaken feeling refreshed, nearly supercharged. This isn't just about counting hours. It's about establishing a rhythm that synchronizes with your body's natural clock. In the 1970s, scientists James A. Horn and Olive Ostberg even developed a questionnaire to discover your personal chronotype, categorizing you as a morning lark, night owl, or somewhere in between. Whatever your category, finding your rhythm is the first step toward reclaiming your energy and potential. With consistency in your sleep schedule, you establish a clear cue to your body. It's time to rest, and then to rise with purpose. Moving on, let's discuss the benefits of having a regular exercise routine. While it might seem like an obvious choice, many of us struggle to weave regular physical activity into our busy schedules. Exercise isn't just about sculpted muscles or cardio endurance. It's vital for mental clarity, weight management, and overall health. Even a brisk, daily walk can produce significant benefits, stimulating your metabolism and lifting your mood. Imagine the boost in energy after a morning workout, how each stride or rep clears the fog of sleep and launches you into a day of heightened focus. Consistency is key. Sporadic activity won't yield the rewards that a daily routine can. Plan a balanced regimen with warming up, cool-down sessions, strength training, cardio, and even balance exercises to keep every muscle engaged. Track your progress through an app or share the journey with a workout partner. Soon, every drop of sweat feels like an investment, transforming your body and mind into a well-oiled machine, ready to tackle life's challenges. The habit of setting aside time for daily reading is another powerful tool in building a remarkable life. In a world inundated by screens and passive entertainment, reading offers a sanctuary for your mind. It's more than just entertainment. It's exercise for your brain. When you immerse yourself in a book, you ignite neural activity across various regions of your brain, enhancing cognitive function and sparking creativity. Remember the wise words of Dr. Seuss. The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. With every page, you're not merely passing time, you're broadening your perspective, learning new ideas, and fueling your imagination. Start with just 10 minutes a day, and soon you'll be captivated by the endless worlds contained in pages of inspiring literature. Reading can relieve stress, improve empathy, and even influence your capacity for innovative thinking. Whether it's a novel, biography, or an article on a topic that fascinates you, the knowledge you gain ultimately enriches every facet of your life. Now, let's not forget the critical role of human connection, spending time with people you like. While nurturing our personal habits, it's equally important to cultivate relationships that nourish our soul. Life is meant to be shared with those who uplift and inspire us. When we surround ourselves with positive, like-minded individuals, we create an ecosystem of support and joy. Envision a lively dinner gathering where laughter, shared stories, and genuine connection ease away the stresses of daily life. These moments of togetherness trigger the release of feel-good chemicals in the brain, reducing stress and promoting overall well-being. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to let solitude or negative company steal our spirit. But by intentionally investing time in people who truly care for you, you create a foundation of emotional resilience and motivation. At this point, you might be feeling inspired, brimming with ideas on how to implement these habits into your daily routine. But let's take a moment to go deeper. How can you seamlessly integrate these habits, even when life throws unexpected challenges your way? Imagine a day when everything seems to go awry. Your alarm clock fails, your schedule is thrown into disarray, and a last-minute meeting disrupts your plans. Now, instead of succumbing to frustration, you remember the power of these habits. You choose to recalibrate rather than derail your progress. You quickly pen a few clear goals, even if they're adjusted for the day. You opt for a relaxing, consistent sleep routine by re-establishing your bedtime after the mishap. You squeeze in a quick, yet invigorating form of exercise, the kind that refreshes rather than exhausts. You turn to a chapter of your favorite book for solace and inspiration, and eventually you reconnect with a friend for a supportive chat. These aren't failures. They are the real moments where consistency pays off. The back half of your day might not look as pristine as your morning routine, but it's in these moments that your resilience shines through. What seems like a lull can transform into something unexpected, a teachable moment showing that life is not about perfection, but about persistence. The secret is to remain flexible, yet committed. By celebrating every small victory and using every setback as an opportunity to refine your habits, you build a life that is robust, rewarding, and richly layered. Imagine yourself a week, a month, or even a year from now, reflecting on these small, deliberate choices. You'll see that those minutes spent planning your day, those consistent moments of rest, regular bursts of exercise, quiet time with a good book, and deep, meaningful connections have added up to a transformational lifestyle. They are the ripples in your pond of existence. expanding outward and touching every aspect of your life. There will be days when the repetition of these habits feels almost mundane. But then there are those moments, a brilliant idea during your workout, a breakthrough during your reading session, a spark during a deep conversation with a friend. Moments that remind you that every single small effort contributes to something enormous and life-changing. It wasn't a miracle that happened overnight, but a cumulative effect, a series of small, repeated actions that made a giant return on life. This is the art of living intentionally. Each habit a deliberate choice. Each day a canvas upon which you paint a masterpiece of sustained progress, resilience, and fulfillment. When you stack these habits tall, like dominoes set in motion, each falling piece creates momentum that propels you toward a reality where achievements outweigh challenges and dreams are continuously realized. You now have the blueprint for a life that is dynamic, healthy, and rich with purpose. It all starts with a choice, a decision to embrace the small habits that lead to giant rewards. So, as you set out on your day tomorrow, remember, every minute counts. Every action is a stroke on the canvas of who you are becoming. Success, as Robert Collier put it, is the sum of small efforts repeated day in and day out. With that in mind, let your journey today be driven by determination, guided by consistency, and fueled by the excitement of endless possibility. If you're ready to bring even more clarity and inspiration into your journey, click the link below, and I'll send you the exclusive illustration that maps out the entire blueprint of the 5 small habits we explored in this video. This custom-made guide echoes every pivotal moment, from the energizing dawn wake-up call to those unexpected breakthroughs. Use it as your daily reminder that every tiny step builds the giant return on life you're aiming for. You need to stop getting in your own way. How many times have you heard that before? More to the point, how many times have you heard that before and truly understood what it means? It's a simple, well-used slice of advice, yet its true meaning can feel quite alien. It makes sense, sure, but to embrace its sentiment, you must first dig deeper. Let's use a real-life, common example. Let's say you lost your job in the past year, through no fault of your own. After some searching and interviewing, you managed to secure a new role. You're excited. Why wouldn't you be? You're getting back to how things should be. However, as the weeks go by and you're still familiarizing yourself with your new surroundings, self-doubt starts poking its head around the door. It's small at first, but soon it's wandering around your brain without restriction, getting larger and larger as the weeks go by. Before you know it, you're playing up to that doubtful voice inside your head. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I won't go into the office today. What's the point? Long story short, you start cutting corners. So when you do lose your job just like last time, it won't be a surprise. You'll be expecting it, as that's what all employers do, even if the two circumstances are entirely different. In reality, you'd still be reeling from the experience of losing your previous job and, in an act of self-protection, not trying as hard in a thinly veiled attempt at giving yourself control. In scenarios like this, the phrase, "stop getting in your own way," rings true. People often get in their own way without realizing. After all, how else are you going to deceive yourself? Whether it's an act of unwitting self-preservation or not, getting in your own way can prove detrimental to achieving your goals because, ultimately, the responsibility lies at your feet and yours alone. Without the tools to realize what might be happening, self-improvement might be difficult to come by. Fear not, however. These are tools that can be taught over time. Before this video continues, you should keep in mind one thing when reading the points to follow. Instilling self-awareness is the ultimate goal here, as it will help you to isolate the necessary factors in your life that might be holding you back. From there, you can figure out how to get out of your own way. Self-awareness rules all. As touched on already, you may not be aware you're getting in your own way. Self-sabotage is not a trait most people would care to admit. After all, while this may sound somewhat scary, fear not. By recognizing patterns of self-sabotage, you can become more self-aware and stop getting in your own way. For example, you may feel like you're struggling to live the life you really want. You feel like everything you're doing is correct, but still not much is happening. This might be because you're being held back by the fear of being uncomfortable. For instance, to get out of your way, you must correct course. Again, let's use careers as an example. You're in a stable job, one that you spent a lot of time and energy trying to get. A few months pass, and you begin to feel as if things aren't as they should be. It's okay, but not the kind of okay you're comfortable with. But nothing is glaringly wrong with your life. So what could possibly be the problem? In this situation, your dream career might seem impossible to attain. You've chosen your lane, so it's time to stick to it. Here, you're driven by fear. Fear of the unknown, the discomfort that comes with taking a risk and breaking from stability, is the sabotager here. Taking time to make yourself aware of that means you isolate the issue and can attack it from there. You could ask yourself how you could change your career in all senses: practical, financial, emotional, spiritual. That being said, isolating where you might be self-sabotaging might be a daunting prospect itself. After all, how do you know where to look if you don't know how to look? Fortunately, it doesn't need to be overcomplicated. If you're looking to keep your personal matters to yourself, try journaling. While writing about and to yourself may feel strange at first, the more you do it, the easier it will become. Soon, your pen will flow, and so too will your inner thoughts. Journaling has a knack for helping you to come to realizations you didn't even know were there. What's more, don't forget the power of conversation. Talking with people going through similar experiences can be incredibly beneficial, as more often than not, someone will have gone through something similar. They can use their experiences to offer you some guidance, a springboard for you to come to your own realizations. Essentially, building self-awareness is about taking the time to ask yourself some questions, to stop and reflect. Without it, you're flying through life without navigation and barreling towards confusion. Challenge limiting beliefs. If you're a keen follower of the self-improvement world, you will have likely heard about Carol Dweck and the growth mindset. For those who are unfamiliar, it's simply the belief that you can overcome challenges through hard work and determination. People with a growth mindset don't let factors about themselves, such as their job situation, determine how they grow as a person. In this instance, if you want to get out of your own way, adopting a growth mindset is the definitive path you should take. As it's been a common motif throughout this video, let's stick with a career-based example. Let's say you're in a job that you don't necessarily hate, but you don't find invigorating or satisfying, especially in the long term. It may seem that, because it is providing you with security, you can't leave. Therefore, you're stuck in this job which you fear will inevitably wear you down and drain your energy. It may seem easy to get stuck in this loop. However, a growth mindset acknowledges that while you aren't where you need to be now, with hard work and a lot of learning, you can, well, grow. Of course, people will be looking out for you and rooting for your success. But, in reality, how much you believe in yourself will prove to be a significant factor in determining your life. After all, no one can look out for you as much as you look out for yourself. How does the saying go? You only get what you put back in. Not only will a growth mindset help you push through the nitty-gritty of the daily grind, but it can also help you unlock your potential and embrace possibilities. Sure, not everything in life is a lesson, but being receptive to the idea that you could learn something when you do and don't expect it will make you a more optimistic person and, as such, enable you to see where you might be getting in your own way. Avoid perfectionism. There's no such thing as perfection. If that's the case, why do we all so often keep seeing how close we can get to it? While the phrase perfectionist seems like a prestigious title on the face of it, the reality isn't always optimal. A perfectionist risks freezing their progress in fear of mistakes. For anyone not accustomed to painting, for example, the almost limitless choices at your disposal can at first feel liberating. But the more you paint, the more difficult it can become. You might not have the skills or vision to paint a masterpiece. Not yet, anyway. So you keep going. Just a bit more, you might say to yourself. Before you realize it, you've lost something you liked more beforehand because you didn't know when to stop. It can be a fine line. Striving for perfection is a good thing. Don't get it mistaken. But being a perfectionist can prove detrimental to your progress. Accept imperfection and understand that progress involves learning from stumbles. With that acceptance comes self-awareness, the all-important tool for getting out of your own way. Remember, take a step back and ask yourself, have I done all I can here? So, there you have it. Getting out of your own way can mean different things for everyone. Some of the tips featured in this video may not apply to you, but if there's one thing you take away from this video, let it be this: self-awareness will get you far. It will help you identify the gaps in your life so you don't waste time falling through them. Strive for self-awareness, always. After all, you should be helping yourself, not getting in your own way. I have an exclusive bonus just for you. Click the link below to receive this beautifully illustrated roadmap that encapsulates every key moment from today's video. This unique illustration will serve as a powerful reminder every time you need to reclaim control and push past self-doubt. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to reach exceptional levels of success, even if they seem average in other ways? Not everyone is born with an innate talent for something, but that doesn't mean they can't cultivate skills that can take them to their highest level of achievement. But how do you do that? Getting ahead and striving to be exceptional might just be a matter of some good habits and strategic planning. Start at the end. When you think about what it means to be exceptional at something, it helps to observe how other people got to that point. For example, if you see someone who is at the top of their field in business, sports, or music, how do you think they got there? Harvard professor John P. Cotter said, "Leaders establish the vision for the future and set the strategy for getting there. Reverse engineering is one way to begin breaking down the steps that could lead to exceptional achievements over time. Look at the end result and ask yourself, what were the components that made this a success? Things like education, practice, mentors, and networking could be a few of the contributing factors on the path to success. Once you've identified certain steps and abilities needed to reach the goal, then you might ask yourself how they achieve those steps. Many business owners started out by working for someone else, where they can learn as much as possible about the industry they're interested in. Getting knowledge and experience could be their first step. Then they might find a mentor that takes them to the next level. Successful people know that getting ahead involves having a solid plan, and observing others who have reached similar goals can be helpful. Once you've determined the path that others have taken, how can you use similar steps to create your own strategy? Deliberate practice. We've all heard the phrase, practice makes perfect. Although practice is important, perfection is not the goal. The idea is to practice with continual improvement. Then combine that with the objective of a long-term goal, as opposed to immediate rewards. Some people may be born with specific talents, such as Hilary Hahn, who was a child prodigy on violin, beginning at age 3. But even if you only have average skills at something, you can still develop exceptional success. Author Anders Ericsson wrote, "Pretty much everyone willing to endure the hardship of years of practice, deliberate practice, can produce expert performance." Deliberate practice is what makes the difference. It's making a detailed plan, focused on gradual improvements. It's more focused than just doing repetitions. The 5 principles of deliberate practice are: 1. Observe. What are the best of the best doing that makes them the best? 2. Develop a detailed plan. Break down each component like a recipe. 3. Have the right mental representation. Know what quality looks like, sounds like, and feels like. How do the best performers think? 4. Be fully engaged in regular deliberate practice while doing it. 5. Feedback. Have a coach or trainer that can correct you in the moment or encourage what you're doing right. Regular practice is when you're doing something, working hard at it, and hoping for the best, while deliberate practice also involves dedication to practice. It goes a little further by including a detailed plan focused on gradual improvement. It's about breaking down steps into specific tasks and mastering each one. It targets specific areas and develops specific results. With regular repetitive practice, you might get bored or discouraged. But when utilizing deliberate practice, part of the plan is to be mindful about staying motivated. It's important to check your self-doubt and not get discouraged by criticism or setbacks. Focus on the details. When developing your step-by-step plan, it's important to be specific and pay attention to details. Part of your deliberate practice involves identifying specific parts and continually working on them. To create something exceptional, your mindset must be relentlessly focused on the smallest detail. This was said by Italian fashion designer Giorgio Armani. When you think of details, you might envision them as parts of a whole. When you give special attention to each one individually, the entire project can be put together with excellent precision. Continue to shape each step as you go, making corrections as needed. If something isn't working, you can always try something else. When you approach life as a series of experiments, you can deal with trial and error as it occurs. Not everything will be a success the first time around, so treat failure as part of the learning process and keep going. Control friction to shape habits. Adjust your environment to make good habits easier and bad habits harder through strategies that create or reduce friction. In his book, Atomic Habits, James Clear defines the 4 laws of habit. When you are wanting to reinforce a good habit, these laws can help reduce the friction and allow your best chance at success. 1. Make it obvious. When you make a habit easily accessible, you are more likely to do it. If it's reading a book, leave it plain sight next to your favorite chair. If it's a daily workout at the gym, have your gym bag packed and ready to go. 2. Make it attractive. Start with what you like most, and once your momentum is established, follow up with your less desired tasks. For example, if you're practicing piano skills, play your favorite song first, then work on the more difficult pieces once you've warmed up. 3. Make it easy. Don't create needless friction by making it a chore. If all the materials or tools you need to do something are ready for use, the task itself can be performed more easily. Staying organized can reduce friction by knowing where things are. 4. Make it satisfying. Be sure that the habit you are developing is something you really want to do. If you like what you're doing and can see the positive results, you'll want to do it more often. On the other hand, when you want to do less of something, increasing friction is one way to go. Make the habit more difficult to accomplish. Make it so hard to even begin that you don't even want to think about it. For example, if you're trying to stop eating sweets, put them in a sealed container in the back of the cupboard, so you have to take everything else out to get to them. If you're trying to do less impulsive buying at the store, leave your credit cards at home and just carry cash, making larger purchases more difficult. If you're trying to be less distracted during work times, you could try adding friction to the use of electronic devices by putting them in another room. The main thing is, if you're wanting to cultivate a positive action, make it easy. And if you're trying to avoid something that is not working for you, make it difficult. Choose your social environment. Most people have heard the phrase, birds of a feather flock together. It's true that the environment and people you spend time with will inevitably influence your actions and success. Surround yourself with peers and mentors who contribute to your growth, avoiding toxic or complacent relationships. If you are constantly having to run interference from negative situations and discouragement from people that do not share or understand your vision, you're wasting precious time and energy. Author Jim Rohn suggests, You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Look around at your closest relationships and ask yourself how they influence your thoughts and actions. Putting in the hours is important, but it's not the most important. Continual improvement, even if you think you've mastered something, is what really leads to exceptional achievements. Once you reach mastery level, then increase the difficulty so you're always improving, always getting better. Author and real estate advisor Robert Helms stated, "The difference between being average and being exceptional starts with what's happening inside your head." By observing what you want, using reverse engineering to develop a step-by-step plan, and strategize the best habits and environment to get there, your goals of getting ahead and being exceptional are within your grasp. For those of you ready to reverse engineer their own path to outpacing 99% of people, I've created an exclusive free PDF summary crafted for this video. Click the link below to unlock your personalized roadmap to transforming average days into the extraordinary future you envision. Imagine this scenario. You've just moved house, and for the first time, you're doing a weekly shop. The route is almost the same. You haven't moved far in this scenario, but with slight differences. You buy your food and head home. As you drive home, you realize you're not driving home. You're driving to your old place. The route shares some similarities. You feel a little silly. Chances are you say to yourself, "Force of habit." That age-old saying has, well, become a habit for most people. Your brain and body will latch on to routine systems, experiences, and processes in the form of habits, whether you like it or not. Your brain craves routine. So when you provide it with repeated actions, you'll find yourself latching on, even if you know it might be bad for you. That's the thing with habits. They aren't all necessarily good. Habits might take the form of biting fingernails. Just because it's seen as negative by others, that often doesn't mean the brain can stop. What's more, they build up over time. One thing people often do wrong when trying to build better habits is precisely that. They don't build. Habits, good and bad, are constructed over time, through a series of actions. They're repeated until they become second nature. This is precisely why building habits can prove difficult. You may have lofty expectations for yourself this year, but they won't come to fruition unless the means you require to reach that point are built into your own internal software. Think of habits like bricks, one after another, brick by brick, each as important as the last. As previously explained, the more often you take the new route to the shops, the more habitual it will become. Your brain will reroute, breaking old habits and forming new ones. If we were to take this principle and apply it in a wider context, to build better, healthier habits, a similar framework would apply. Let's say you want to make exercise a part of your routine, but struggle to build momentum. You can work out once or twice a week, but when it comes to compounding that initial work, you struggle. You feel you've tried everything, trying radical new forms of exercise, hiring a personal trainer, or even purchasing a fitness course. Nothing seems to be working, however. This is because habits are not built in a week. There's no definitive time frame. But one thing is certain, habits are made through small, repeated actions. Here, you could start by setting yourself a goal of one weekly session with a few walks, littered throughout the week. This easy target provides you with the fuel that is vital in building habits, a sense of achievement. The further you feel you're getting, the easier it will be to build habits. That feeling must be sought throughout the process. Building new habits. Habits come in all shapes and sizes. You'll find them littered throughout your daily life. More than that, they are the driving force of your daily actions which, over time, form your internal framework. Their importance is built up over extended periods because they can take considerable time to come to fruition. Think of habits as the building blocks in your ongoing construction. Given habits take some time to form, building new ones can prove especially daunting. Think about how many healthy, productive goals you've set and subsequently not hit. They're all well-intentioned, but they don't have habits in mind. You cannot expect to reach all of your targets if you don't work on the habits that will get you there first. With habits, you must slow down and use the smaller picture to help build the bigger one. If you love a metaphor, think of habits as pieces to a puzzle. Individually, they are scattered and don't resemble anything. Put together and ordered, however, and they resemble the art you bought the puzzle for, the literal bigger picture, piece by piece, habit by habit. In literal terms, habits are put into action through small, repeated actions. Again, let's use the popular example of fitness. In this scenario, you know you should be working out more. You've built consistency before, but in the time since, lots of changes happened, interrupting your momentum and steering you off track. Amongst a swathe of motivation, you think a new form of exercise will help solve your problems. For example, you used to lift weights, but now you want to swim. In this pursuit of more fitness, you set a goal of swimming 3 times a week. By week 2, you've not hit your target. The resulting disappointment is difficult to take, and it feels like you're back at square one. Any momentum has dived. The problem here is that you cannot hope to hit any goal if you don't align with the habit-building process. In this instance, a more sustainable method would be to go swimming once a week for a while, before gradually increasing to 2 or 3 times once you feel comfortable. You can't force habits. They need to be natural. Breaking bad habits. Knowing which of your bad habits to break is perhaps the simplest form of habit work, on the surface level, at least. Despite this, habits can often be so ingrained into us that they are hidden. Bad habits don't just have to be things like biting your fingernails. They can come in the form of self-sabotage in relationships, for example. Whatever it is, you can't improve yourself if you don't know what to fix. So that's the first step. In terms of practice, consider speaking to someone close to you, whom you trust for some honest advice on what they think your bad habits are. Above all else, journal. Write down what you think could be better. Leave no stone unturned or rabbit hole unexplored. Once you feel you've identified the bad habit, it's time to change your routine. Through journaling, for example, you can spot when you're exhibiting a bad habit and what's causing it. Perhaps you start biting your nails when you get anxious. To cut out the habit, train yourself to deal with your anxiety differently. You could carry a fidget toy to stimulate your senses, for example. Whatever it is, make sure it's easy and works for you. Making habits stick. The key to making habits stick is repetition and reinforcement. Consistency will turn actions into automatic responses we perform without relying on willpower. Think of building new habits as exam revision. Remember when, as a kid, you spent hours toiling over simultaneous equations and semantic fields? How long and often arduous it felt. Those hours ended up paying off when it came to exams, as the more you consistently repeat an action, the closer to second nature it gets. Essentially, the long-term goal is muscle memory. Think about when you drive, for instance. When taking typical routes, it's like you have forgotten how you got there. The act of driving has become so ingrained within to the point of autonomy. Your muscle memory has taken over. With habit building, you should strive for a similar feeling. To do that, you can't expect your mind or body to respond well if you're starting with a daunting task from the outset. If you want to take up swimming, do it once a week until it becomes part of your routine. If you want to be a nicer person, start by offering 2 compliments a day. Or if you want to read more, start with 1 article a day. If there is one lesson to take away from this video, let it be this. Habit building is in your nature. Humans crave routine, whether we like it or not. So, keep it simple. Reward yourself for the small wins just as you would the big ones. Build up the positive reinforcement within and watch how your internal systems react. Build a base. Grow. Prosper. It is that simple. The best bit? When you've built a habit, it will fade. It won't be in your conscious mind anymore. It will simply be a part of who you are. You won't notice it. Habits are supposed to blend in and become one with you. Before you know it, the thing you tried so hard to implement is muscle memory. There's no feeling quite like it. If you're serious about turning these ideas into real momentum, then check out this video over here, which I made recently on tiny habits to improve your life. Thank you so much for watching. Have a lovely day, and I will see you in the next video. Focus, or concentration, is the ability to give your full attention to something. It sounds simple, but anyone living in the 21st century is likely to tell you that it's not always that easy. Distractions come from all directions, whether it's in the form of technology, social diversions, or any other type of inside or outside disturbance. The ability to stay focused can be easily deterred, and once your concentration is broken, it can take a while to get back on track. Being able to focus on demand isn't impossible, and you won't need someone swinging a pendulum and reminding you to focus, focus, focus as you watch it swinging hypnotically before your eyes. Just a few tips to help you eliminate distractions and create some helpful habits may do the trick. Benefits of staying focused. Where you focus your attention is where you place your energy. When you are distracted by too many things, your focus becomes fragmented and your energy is divided. If doing top-level work is your goal, then focusing your energy on one thing can be a huge asset. In his book, Deep Work, author Cal Newport writes, "Less mental clutter means more mental resources available for deep thinking." When you work on a single task without distractions, you can achieve the flow state that increases better productivity. Spending less time on outside distractions also helps you to get things done. Making the best use of your time while being focused on the task at hand can lead to more creativity, accuracy, and overall satisfaction with the work you're doing. Staying focused can also help us to stay present, and being present can help when making decisions and promoting mindfulness. When you're fully present, you are less likely to make errors. For example, how many times have you left the house with things on your mind and later wondered if you remembered to lock the door or turn the coffee pot off? Staying focused and present helps you to do what you need to do with full awareness. Staying focused also helps with time management. It takes far less time to get something done if you're able to give it your full attention. When you assign blocks of time for specific tasks and do each one with your complete focus, you can achieve quality work in less time. Create the space. One habit to help you focus is creating a distraction-free space where you can think and not be interrupted. A clear and quiet zone can promote a successful work area. For example, unclutter your workspace by eliminating other projects from your immediate view. Putting paperwork in drawers and clearing your desk of unnecessary items can help you focus on what you're doing without being reminded or tempted by visual distractions. If outside disturbances are a distraction, using things like noise-cancelling headphones might be one solution. Other common distractions are our phones. Remember that your smartphone is a tool. If you need to make a call, connect with someone through a text or email, or look something up on the internet for information, then use it. If not, leave it alone. Turn off notifications and place it face down on the desk. Or better yet, put it in a drawer. Your phone is at your disposal to provide a service. You are not at the disposal of your phone. You do not need to answer or pay attention to it every time it rings, dings, or summons you. Put your phone in its place. It is a servant to you, not the other way around. Tools and rules. Once you've created a clear and calming space, making good use of your time can be the next step to boosting your ability to focus quickly. The Pomodoro technique is a well-known way to help you develop a work-break plan for best efficiency. This method involves setting a timer for 25 minutes and focusing on your project for that amount of time, without distractions. Then take a 5-minute break. After 4 work-break cycles, take a 30-minute break. If it's hard to refocus with a 25-5 interval, try changing the intervals to a 45-minute work time and a 15-minute break, whichever works best for you. This technique is best suited for individual work where you can control the number of distractions. As a fun fact, Pomodoro is not the name of the person who discovered this method. The inventor of this technique is Francesco Cirillo from Italy. He first used a red-coloured, tomato-shaped kitchen timer to time his sessions, and the Italian word for tomato is pomodoro. When looking for tools to use in your workspace, sometimes the less complicated answer is to use something you already have. Setting the stage before you begin work can make a big difference in how quickly you can focus your attention. If you enter your work cycle by reducing all clutter, including the random thoughts in your head, before you begin, you may find it easier to go directly into the focus state. Use techniques like breathing or meditation to calm the monkey mind that draws your attention away to other things. When your brain is jumping from one thing to another, like a monkey swinging from tree to tree, you will need to find a way to bring it down to one focused thought. Take several deep breaths and then be mindful of your regular in and out breathing pattern. This can help to disconnect from outside disturbances. Continue to breathe and let go of conscious thoughts for at least 5 minutes. Finally, once you've developed a plan, stick with it. If you're having trouble doing that, don't blame the distractions. Improve your focus. Author Timber Hawkeye wrote, "You can't calm the storm, so stop trying. What you can do is calm yourself. The storm will pass. Then you can direct your focus." Music and apps. Some people have better success focusing when it's not completely silent. A quiet space can still be effective when playing soft background music without lyrics. This form of sound can allow our minds to relax and promote flow and creativity. Alex Doman, writer and founder of Advanced Brain Technologies, said, "Music has real health benefits. It boosts dopamine, lowers cortisol, and makes us feel great. Your brain is better on music. When music is playing, you may be more likely to enter a focused state quickly and maintain that focus. Apps that help eliminate distractions and block notifications for a predetermined period of time can also be helpful. The Forest app is one example. With this app, you plant seeds that grow into trees when you're not looking at your phone. You actually get warnings that you're putting your trees at risk if you stare at the screen too long. Doing well earns in-game coins that you can donate to plant actual real-world trees. Using apps that create distraction-blocking scenarios can be useful and fun. Other popular apps are timer apps that you could use to monitor your work break cycles, as well as screen time blockers and habit trackers. The makers of these apps want you to use them, so they make them entertaining in a way that benefits you. Eat, sleep, and exercise. Being at your best physically will make focusing easier. The same ideas that make other parts of your life work better also work with focus and concentration. Eating healthy foods, getting enough restful sleep, and having a good exercise routine will all contribute to boosting your ability to focus. 15 minutes of brain training 5 days a week may help cognitive skills. A few examples could be jigsaw puzzles, crossword puzzles, chess, or Scrabble. Writer and entrepreneur Paul J. Mayer stated, "Productivity is never an accident. It is always the result of a commitment to excellence, intelligent planning, and focused effort. People live in a busy world, full of distractions and responsibilities. But there are ways to avoid becoming overwhelmed by all of the temptations that draw you in multiple directions. By making some adjustments to your workspace and time management, being firm about reducing distractions, and taking care of your physical health, you may find the ability to focus instantly can become a clear habit." If you are interested in concentration and deep work, you will also love my video about why you aren't able to focus and how you can fix that. So check that out here. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you hopefully in the next video. As you get older, you get more tired. It's just the way life goes. But do not mistake that for laziness. The more responsibility you take on, the more energy you use. Without checking yourself, you could burn out. Given that the average person spends a significant portion of their time at work, Prolonged periods of stress are likely to stem from the workplace. However, these stress periods are caused by an emotional, physical, and mental state of exhaustion. That can stem from all walks of life. In this context, the stress-related consequences of exhaustion separate burnout from laziness. While feelings of lethargy and unwillingness to do things may be the consequence of mental health difficulties, it's important to make the distinguishment between the two. Typically, laziness can be resolved with some relatively small actions. Burnout requires a lot more work. Understanding your fatigue is more than just laziness. Picture this scenario for a minute. You've just gone through an exceptionally busy period. Work has been full on. You've provided emotional support for a loved one, and you just haven't had time for yourself. No resources are left to allocate to the little, rejuvenating joys of life. Exercise, reading, playing. So, you think to yourself, I just need to rest. You take a weekend to do that. Sleep in, breakfast in bed, you name it. Monday then rolls around. You've had plenty of rest, yet you wake up feeling exhausted, as if nothing has changed. If anything, it's gotten worse. Your base energy level isn't what it was a few months ago, and everything feels more difficult, as if there's no oil inside your internal machinery. This is more than laziness. It's more than fatigue. It's burnout. Burnout is a feeling that stretches beyond tiredness. It's consuming. Your body, mind, and general spirit are depleted. It's important to make that distinction because without recognizing the weight of burnout, you may keep going under the impression you're tired or lazy. You're not. That's okay, but it needs addressing if you want to be back to your normal, energetic self, or even just yourself. What is burnout? As I've already touched on, burnout is the emotional, physical, and mental state of exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. The word itself is useful. Imagine a matchstick. The matchstick represents your physical, emotional, and mental energy. It can only burn for so long until there is nothing left. It can be difficult to notice the signs. Most people have so much going on at any given point, whether it's work, relationships, family ties, or more socio-political issues like the cost of living crisis and escalating conflict worldwide. It can feel like you are constantly pivoting from one crisis that needs fixing to another. Even if it's small, they all add up. Having said that, it can be difficult to spot the signs, especially in yourself. If anything, it is more difficult to admit you're burnt out than to keep going. With that in mind, here are some example signs of burnout to look out for. The earlier you see them, the quicker you can tend to them. The quicker you notice, the less recovery time there will be. 1. Loss of passion. Burnout can lead to losing interest in previously enjoyed activities, differentiating it from laziness where that enjoyment may never have existed in the first place. You may think you'll never grow to dislike something you love now, but it happens. For example, you may love lifting weights now. It's a vice, something to take your feelings out on and grow stronger. But the more burnout creeps in, the more monotonous it can become. The passion dies. It burns out. If you can feel yourself losing enjoyment in something you're typically passionate about, it might be time to take a break. Use that break to evaluate whether you've outgrown the activity or if you need to switch things up for a bit. In the example just used, consider a different form of exercise, such as swimming or running. Sometimes all it takes is a different approach. 2. Gradual changes. There is a progressive nature to burnout. It's not a sudden slump or lack of energy. As previously discussed, it's often the result of overworking, whether that's at work or in all or other areas of your life. Each week that passes without you noticing is like a domino falling. One by one, they all come down. That's why burnout can be difficult to notice. When it's about yourself, it can be challenging to notice the signs. You've probably got a lot going on, which makes it difficult to perceive yourself at all, let alone as someone who needs help. That's why it's a good idea to check in with yourself frequently. Take a minute to note your thoughts in a journal. Spitting your thoughts out is often the best, most immediate form of self-awareness you can get. And it's free. 3. Neglecting self-care. A lack of personal care and social withdrawal are worrying signs of burnout. This could be changes in eating, sleeping, and personal grooming habits. For example, you may lose all energy to cook, so you start eating ready meals and takeaways more frequently. Where you once stayed awake with friends in the evening, now you're falling asleep. As this is one of the more visible signs of burnout, it's a good idea to take a good look at yourself in the mirror every day, morning and night. Perhaps even better, check in with a friend. It can be difficult to point out deficiencies in our own lives. Sometimes we need someone we trust to tell it exactly how it is. 4. Mood changes. Increased irritability and mood swings are symptoms of burnout. Of course, when you feel excessively tired, feelings of irritability can creep in as well. However, if rest doesn't solve your mood changes, then perhaps you're on the way to burnout. Conversely, a lazy person typically operates with a calm demeanor because emotions are simply too much effort sometimes. Burnout demonstrates an often dramatic change. Sometimes it's easy to write off how you feel as being in a bad mood. But a mood is temporary. When it prolongs, you'll know it's time to act. 5. Emotional detachment. Depersonalization is a symptom of burnout, where individuals feel disconnected from themselves and their surroundings, experiencing life as if on autopilot. This can feel particularly saddening. When the joy you feel at your favorite beat dropping or the warm, onrushing scent of your favorite dinner becomes bland, you're likely experiencing emotional detachment. In life, enjoying the little things adds up. It makes the whole experience worthwhile. You absolutely should be attached to things that bring you joy. So it's important to take note when you don't. You can tell when you're emotionally detaching because that feeling of excitement in your stomach doesn't fizz over the things it used to fizz over. This isn't just outgrowing your current life, either. These are things you know you love. It's important not to brush them to the side. 6. Loss of motivation. Finally, a sudden lack of motivation, especially if you were previously self-driven, is a strong indicator of burnout, rather than inherent laziness. Motivation is often difficult to come by, but when it's consistently not there, finding it again can prove challenging. A loss of motivation may blur the line with laziness, but when it's significant and consistent, it often indicates burnout. Take note of what you're losing motivation over. If it's something you want to do but haven't started, don't worry. If it's the force of all of your drive, then take note. Burnout is serious. Laziness is not. Before we finish, it's important you seek professional help if you recognize signs of burnout in yourself or others. Laziness can be brushed off, but burnout cannot. That is why it is so important you make the distinction between the two. Remember, it's okay to not be okay. To get the exclusive illustration that maps out the very burnout journey we just explored, all you need to do is click the link. It's a visual companion crafted specifically to help you better understand and track your own signs of burnout. Use it as your roadmap to recognize when it's time to hit pause and recharge. Time can be funny. Some moments fly by, while others crawl. Yet no matter how it feels, the clock keeps ticking forward. That can be unsettling when you have a lot you want to accomplish and it feels like time keeps slipping through your fingers. We invented clocks and calendars to structure our days, but it often still feels like we are racing against time. Modern life is busier than ever, and there never seem to be enough hours in the day. After work or school, family responsibilities, and errands, there's little room left for your personal goals or rest. The good news is that by using a few smart time management techniques, you can make the most of the 24 hours you have. Think of it as stretching your time to work better for you, instead of against you. With that in mind, let's dive into 4 time management tips I use every day, and how you can use them too. 1. Delegation. Free up your valuable time. Why does it seem like the rich and famous have all the time in the world to focus on what they want? One reason is delegation. They have the means to pay others to handle time-consuming tasks, from house cleaning to errand running. By delegating routine or low-priority tasks, they free up hours for higher-value activities. And delegation isn't just for billionaires or CEOs. Even on a smaller scale, it can unlock more time in your day. Of course, not everyone can afford a full-time staff, but you might be able to outsource 1 or 2 tasks that drain your time or energy. Identify something in your routine that someone else could do, and consider delegating it if possible. For example, household tasks. If it fits your budget, hire help for routine chores, like a weekly cleaning service or a dog walker, to free up a few hours each week. Work tasks. If you have a side business or heavy workload, outsource smaller projects or administrative duties to a freelancer or virtual assistant. This lets you focus on the high-impact work you do best and likely enjoy more. Even a little delegation can be a game changer. Freeing up just 5 hours a week by handing off a task gives you 5 more hours to exercise, work on a passion project, or simply relax. Think of buying back your time as an investment in yourself. Your time is valuable, so spend it on the things that give you the most reward or joy, and delegate what you can. 2. Time blocking. Schedule with purpose. When you juggle a dozen tasks at once, it's hard to feel accomplished. As soon as you finish one thing, something else demands your attention. The remedy is to give your time more structure and your mind a single focus. That's where time blocking comes in. Time blocking means dividing your day into blocks of time and assigning each block a specific task or category of work. Instead of letting a long to-do list dictate your day on the fly, you schedule 9 to 10 a.m. for emails, 10 to 11:30 a.m. for a key project, 12 to 12:30 p.m. for lunch, and so on. By giving every segment of the day a job, you turn a chaotic list of duties into a clear plan for your time. This method offers multiple benefits. It makes time feel more concrete and purposeful. At any given moment, you know what you're supposed to be doing. It also encourages deep focus. If you've set 10 to 11:30 a.m. aside just for writing a report, you can fully immerse in it without worrying about other tasks. They have their own time slot later. People who use time blocking often find they get more done and feel less overwhelmed because they're not constantly task switching. To get started, use a calendar or planner to map out your day. Block off periods for your high priority tasks first, then slot in the smaller stuff around them. Remember to include breaks and a little buffer time for the unexpected. The visual layout of a structured schedule will keep you on track and help you resist the urge to multitask. Many ultra-productive people swear by time blocking. Elon Musk famously schedules his day in 5-minute increments using this method. You don't need to go that extreme, but it shows how giving every minute a purpose can take your efficiency to the next level. Even if you start by blocking just a few key hours each day, you'll likely find you accomplish more and feel more in control of your time. 3. Using a to-do list. Simplify your day. If you're into personal development, you've heard of the classic to-do list. It sounds almost too basic to matter, but writing down your tasks is a surprisingly powerful time management technique. The magic lies in its simplicity. When you jot down what you need to do, you're essentially decluttering your brain. Studies show that writing out your tasks unburdens your mind, making you more productive. Instead of trying to mentally juggle everything and stressing over it, you have a clear game plan in front of you. This also cuts down the anxiety of those nagging "don't forget" thoughts about unfinished tasks. And let's be honest, few things are as satisfying as crossing an item off your list once it's done. That said, when you think about everything that demands your time, your health and fitness, your job or schoolwork, household chores, family and friends, personal hobbies or side projects, the potential to-do list can feel endless. Obviously, you can't tackle everything in a single day, and you shouldn't try. This is where a to-do list helps you prioritize and focus on what's important right now. Start by writing down the tasks that absolutely must get done today. What are the top few things that are most urgent or valuable to you? List those first. Then, if there's room, add other tasks that would be nice to do today or that can wait until later in the week. By getting it all out of your head and onto paper or a screen, you've created a realistic game plan for the day. Just remember that you probably won't finish every single item on your list. And that's okay. There will always be more to do tomorrow. Don't beat yourself up if you have to move 1 or 2 tasks to the next day. The goal is to handle the most important things today and make progress. Tomorrow, you'll regroup, rewrite your list, and tackle the next priorities with a fresh outlook. 4. Protected time. Deep work. Focus without distractions. A final tip is to carve out protected time for your most important work. Think of it as creating a bubble of focus. Ever sit down to tackle a crucial task only to get derailed by distractions? You start writing an important email, then a text notification pops up, and suddenly you're scrolling through social media or tidying your desk. It happens to everyone. Protected time is how you fight back against those derailments. When you dedicate an uninterrupted block of time to one task, you'll be amazed at how much you get done. Studies show that frequent interruptions or multitasking can slash productivity by up to 40%. On the flip side, focusing on a single task for a set period allows you to get into a flow state of peak efficiency. In fact, author Cal Newport, who coined the term deep work, argues that the ability to work deeply without distraction is like a superpower in today's distracted world. How can you create this distraction-free bubble? Here are a few tips. Eliminate digital distractions. Mute notifications or put your phone in another room while you work. Minimize noise. Find a quiet space or use noise-cancelling headphones to block out background sounds. Set boundaries. Let others, family or co-workers know that you're in a focused work session and shouldn't be disturbed for that period. Even a 30-minute focused session can accomplish more than a whole day of interrupted work, and it feels great to finish an important task without interruptions. And remember, you can't and shouldn't fill every hour with laser focus. The point of protected time is to ensure your most critical tasks get the quality attention they deserve. Conclusion. Take charge of your time. Time will always keep moving, but these strategies show that you don't have to feel carried away by it. By delegating tasks, scheduling your day with purpose, writing out your priorities, and guarding your focus, you'll gain a new level of control over how your time is spent. The aim isn't to cram in more things or become a productivity machine. It's to make sure your time is spent on what matters most to you. You can't add more hours to the day, but you can make the hours you have work for you. Manage your time wisely, and you'll likely stress less about not having time, because you'll see yourself making real progress. Remember, time management isn't about doing more things. It's about doing the right things. In the end, time is your most precious resource. Use it intentionally on what matters, and you'll feel as though you've added hours to your day. Start with these 4 tips and watch your days become more productive and fulfilling. If you're at the point where you have managed your time, the next stage is to plan your week to make your system even more effective and make your life that much easier. You might want to check out this video over here, which shows you exactly how to do that. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you got value from this video, and I will hopefully see you in the next one. Ever find yourself staring at the ceiling at 2 a.m., replaying the same scene again and again? That spiral is overthinking, a mental loop that hijacks focus, drains energy, and produces zero solutions. Whether it's something someone said, something you did, rehashing the past, or worrying about the future, research shows nearly 3/4 of us get caught in it daily, yet all it delivers is stress and stalled action. So how do you break free? Good news, you don't need a massive mindset overhaul, just a few tiny habits that sever the loop before it gains speed. Over the next few minutes, I'll share 7 micro practices I use to clear the fog and reclaim the present. Apply them and you'll swap exhausting overthinking for calm, confident momentum. Ready to start? Habit number 1. Daily journaling. Start your day with 5 minutes each day, writing down what you're thinking about. Getting it out of your head and down on paper is one way to help you stop overthinking about something. Once you see it in writing, you may be able to let it go altogether, or find a new perspective that helps you view it in a more constructive way. There is a common saying, a burden shared is a burden lightened, and that counts even if you're just sharing it with your journal. So putting your thoughts down on paper can often help stop the pattern of overthinking something. Habit number 2. Breathe and be present. It can be difficult to empty your head of those ruminating thoughts and bring your attention back to the present moment. But breathing is one way to calm your mind and help you let go. One example is the practice of breathing in through your nose for a count of 4, holding your breath for a count of 4, breathing out through your mouth for a count of 4, and then waiting for a count of 4, before repeating the cycle again. Repeat for 2 minutes and focus on how the air feels as it moves through you. Other forms of mindful breathing practices have different ways of counting your breath that are equally helpful. Finding the one that feels right for you is the key. If you're overthinking something, you may be unable to focus on a lot of other things that need your attention. Author Thich Nhat Hanh wrote, "To meditate with mindful breathing is to bring body and mind back to the present moment, so that you do not miss your appointment with life." Habit number 3. Spend 30 minutes of tech-free time. Technology can be one way our brains are triggered to overthink something. Taking a break from your phone or laptop can help shut down the cycle of stuck thoughts. Get off your phone. Stop engaging in social media or random internet browsing for 30 minutes and do something else. Choose a totally different activity. For example, draw or read. Show your brain that there's life outside of your head. Habit number 4. Get physical. If you need even more activity, try getting some exercise. Go for a walk, spend time in nature, or put on your favourite music and dance. Moving your body engages your brain in a way that can help you disconnect from overthinking and focus on something outside of yourself. Let your body and senses observe different sights and sounds. Notice your surroundings. Occupy your thinking brain with the environment by seeing how many colours you can count. What kind of trees or flowers are there? What sounds do you hear? When you bring attention to other things, your brain will follow your lead. Habit number 5. Train your brain. Another way to stop overthinking is to catch yourself in the act and recognise what you're doing. By acknowledging the thoughts, you can learn to train your brain to stop the habit of overthinking things. First, ask yourself if what you're thinking about is something you can do anything about. If it's out of your control, delete it and accept the facts. If it is something you can control, then take steps to remedy the situation by writing it down and making a realistic plan of action. Then move on. Another question to ask yourself could be, do I need to be thinking about this? Well, maybe. It might be important. It might be something you need to give more consideration to. But then you can ask yourself, do I need to be thinking about this right now? If not, then set a time to revisit this topic when it's more convenient for you. Assign yourself a worry time and tell yourself you will think about this thing at a particular time, for a specific amount of time, when you can give it your full attention. Spend some time worrying about what's bothering you. And when the time is up, you have to do something else. By training your brain in such a way that you decide when you want to think about something, you can gain the upper hand on your uncontrolled thinking. Some ruminating thoughts are just repetitive angst. After having put some time in between the initial overthinking and the assigned worrying time, you might be able to rationalize your thoughts by asking the questions, is it true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Author Mark Twain wrote, I've had a lot of worries in my life, most of which never happened. Habit number 6. Focus on gratitude. When you notice your brain starting to spiral into overthinking, stop. Look around you and start naming things you're grateful for. It can be something as simple as the chair you're sitting in, the clothes you're wearing, or the nice lunch you just ate. When you start noticing how many things contribute to your comfort, enjoyment, or make life easier in some way, you might be surprised at how many things you can name. This is kind of like counting sheep when you're trying to get to sleep. When you start occupying your thinking with something else, like counting your blessings, you can change your focus rather quickly. You can't be upset and grateful at the same time. Habit number 7. Develop regular daily affirmations. Stop your uncontrolled thinking by promoting positive self-talk. One psychological technique to stop negative thinking is known as the SOS technique, which stands for Stop, Observe, and Shift. Stop. This is your chance to stop thinking and prepare to make another choice. Observe. Listen to what your words are saying to you and how it makes you feel. Shift. Now make a different choice and change what you're thinking. By stopping the initial cycle of overthinking, you give yourself a chance to break the habit. Write down some affirmations and stick them in places you look at often. Have a daily mantra you can say to yourself whenever you want to shift your thinking to something else. For example, I am capable of handling whatever comes my way. Or, I trust myself to make good decisions are 2 affirmations you can use to stop overthinking. When you replace uncontrolled thinking with conscious statements, you can take back control of your overthinking brain. Our brains are wired to remind us of our mistakes, concerns, or things that may need our attention. For example, you'll take many steps throughout the day, and most of the time you won't think much about the steps you're taking. You won't be actively telling one foot to move and then the other. But if you tripped going into a room full of people, your mind will remember it. You may not remember any other step you took that day, but you'll definitely remember that one. Our brains do this in some regard, to protect us from it happening again, which is fine, because we should be aware of anything that we don't want to repeat. But the problem starts when you can't let it go and begin to create a story around the event, and pretty soon it's overwhelming. Overthinking is a product of desires, mistakes, and worry. Catch it before it has a chance to explode out of control, and train yourself using a few tiny habits to manage your thoughts. To get this custom illustration that maps out every one of these habits, click the link to receive this one-of-a-kind resource created to turn these insights into an actionable plan for free. If you're serious about mastering overthinking, the Art of Improvement Pro Library goes even deeper. Discover advanced systems, guided frameworks, and hundreds of exclusive resources such as audio lessons, illustrations, and PDFs designed to sharpen your mind and reclaim your time. I respect you. As compliments go, that statement is incredibly affirming. The Oxford Dictionary defines respect as a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. Respect is garnered over time, but that doesn't necessarily mean you need to have a deep relationship with someone to have respect. Respect is unique because it can be felt from afar without much, if any, emotional connection. Your abilities, qualities, or achievements can all speak for themselves. How you are perceived is born out of those elements. In the sporting world, you'll see many instances where respect is the underlying feeling amongst all concerned parties. Boxing is a prime example of this. For instance, fighters such as Tyson Fury goad their opponent relentlessly in the build-up to the fight. There will be taunts thrown back and forth to market the bout as a real fight, a grudge match between 2 people who must engage in physical combat to sort out their issues with one another. At the outset, it seems personal, yet it rarely is. In most cases, once the fight is over, the 2 fighters will embrace and speak glowingly about the other in post-fight interviews. The constant theme mentioned: respect. The pair have gone to war and caused consistent physical harm to one another. They gained each other's respect throughout the fight. After all, stepping into a ring for a living is no mean feat. So, despite all the seemingly nasty things they've said to each other, it ultimately doesn't matter. They measure each other through their abilities, qualities, and achievements, all of which were on display during the fight. That, in essence, is the beauty of respect. It's a mutual understanding between human beings that you don't necessarily need to like or even know, but you can give and earn respect, regardless of your relationship. How do you do that without undergoing something as grueling as a boxing match? Here are some ways you can set boundaries and earn respect from those near and far from you. Learn to say no. Steve Jobs was one of the most famous names to advocate the power of saying no. Saying no can feel blunt and rude. Instead of merely being about setting your boundaries, it's as if you're denying someone of something vital to them. In most instances, that just isn't the case. On this, Jobs said the following: "People think focus means saying yes to the thing you've got to focus on. But that's not what it means at all. It means saying no to the 100 other good ideas that there are. You have to pick carefully." Continuing, he discussed Apple's forward thinking and innovation. "I'm actually as proud of the things we haven't done as the things I have done. Innovation is saying no to 1,000 things." It's no secret that Jobs had a somewhat abrasive personality. It's one of the reasons he was fired by Apple in the 1980s. Then again, that is perhaps the point of what he's discussing here. Saying no is a habit that has irritated some people. However, every time you say no to something you actually don't want to do, you're setting a boundary. You're defining who you are. That is vital in gaining respect from others. Perhaps most importantly, when you say no, you're subtly defining your qualities to others. Now, some may not like that, but that's okay. To say no is to respect yourself, and when you respect yourself, others will see that in you. This is important to understand because it's an incredibly simple but highly valuable tool you can use daily. Let's put it into context. For example, let's say you've been invited to a work social event celebrating someone who hasn't treated you very well, and, to top it off, there's drinking involved, something you don't particularly enjoy. Now, let's say you decide to go. You spend your time not wanting to be there, thinking about what you could be doing instead. The other people attending might not know or understand the nuances behind your behaviour and paint you as someone you're not. They may, and this is hypothetical, of course, lose respect for you. Now, in another world, you say no. You don't go, instead choosing to do whatever it is you want. You don't attend and exude negative energy, instead choosing yourself. People are more likely to respect you in setting boundaries and, as a result, defining who you are. That gains respect. By not attending, you're subtly drawing attention to your qualities. Self-worth will prove evident. This is not to say that you need to explain why you don't want to attend. Although a common misconception, you don't need to offer excessive explanation for yourself. Saying no commands boundaries. Remember, it's okay to say no. Accept dislike and recognize different intentions. Another key element to setting boundaries and gaining respect is to accept that not everyone will like you. People are guided by their relationships, surroundings, and experiences, so there will likely come a time when you don't align with other people. It's vitally important to not let that get to you. When you understand this, you can let the need to be liked go. Once that happens, you'll realize just how exhausting it is to be liked and just how much it can drive your actions. It links into the previous point. Learning you will be disliked by some people is similar to saying no. You're setting a boundary for yourself, one that won't allow you to be hurt, but will allow you to focus on yourself. In a world where it's so easy to see other people's lives online, giving yourself the grace of self-acceptance is a welcome blessing. Similarly, because you know not everyone will like you, it makes it easier to recognize different intentions. Not everyone has the same heart as you. Therefore, they may experience what you say and do differently to how you originally intended. That is okay. Accepting that is, in itself, setting a boundary. You earn respect by respecting that other people have different modes of thinking and, as a result, a different perception of you. Value yourself. Respect comes from within yourself. It's simple. To explain, let's look back to the example used earlier. You've been invited to work drinks celebrating a person you didn't get on with, for whatever reason that may be. A rude boss, for instance. You say yes implicitly. You know you don't really want to go, but it feels more comfortable saying yes. You go, and it's not the night you wanted. The lingering feeling? Regret. That's an understandable reaction. Sometimes we all end up doing things we don't really want to do, often putting others over ourselves when we perhaps shouldn't. That is why it's vitally important you value yourself. When you do, you can appreciate your time and how you choose to use it. Your time is valuable, so you should use it to save energy from things that bring you harm. In doing so, you're also setting boundaries. These help accommodate your energy, ensuring it's stored and used in the best places rather than unfiltered and wasted. You can start doing this by journaling. Write to yourself a letter depicting how you want to be treated. Write about what brings you joy. Note down all of the things you did in one day. What felt like a waste of time? How could you have served yourself better? These are questions that shape your boundaries. Boundaries help define your qualities, will target you toward your achievements, and let your ability shine. Take baby steps. Practicing these changes gradually is key. Any effort to improve yourself is a step-by-step process that involves resilience and many tests along the way. Saying no might not feel natural for a while. You might find it uncomfortable. Boundaries are the walls that encompass your personality. They're built through hard work and dedication to yourself. To get a summary with every key insight from this journey into drawing the line with clear, respectful boundaries, click the link and I'll send this exclusive PDF straight to your inbox, ready to keep you motivated long after the video ends. Be yourself, they say. Everyone else is already taken. That's good advice. Just be authentically you. But if you're like most people, you may have a few different versions of you. There's the you at home when you can relax and not worry about your image. There's the you at work, the you when you're out with friends, and probably the you around the people you call family. So which one is the authentic you? As we grow up, we develop all kinds of adaptive behaviours that help us navigate life situations. We learn to recognize ourselves in the reflections of the people around us, and that works when we're learning who we are. But what if you've reached a point where you're looking for something different? Can you find yourself by integrating all of the yous into just one person? Playwright George Bernard Shaw wrote, "Life isn't about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself." But how do you do that? How do you create a new version of yourself? Old self meets new self. For starters, take a good look at who you are. A lot of your routines and habits may have become a part of you without you really thinking about it. Your environment and circumstances most likely shape the current you. Dr. Paul T.P. Wong, psychologist and professor, stated, "Time spent in self-reflection is never wasted. It is an intimate date with yourself." One way to get started is to ask yourself questions as if you were meeting someone new for the first time. Get to know your likes and dislikes. What are you interested in? What hobbies do you have? Do you really enjoy them, or do you do them because they're familiar? Then go a little deeper. For example, what are your personal beliefs and values? What are you good at? What could you improve on? What would you like to let go of altogether? Or what new things would you like to cultivate into the new you? You can find plenty of lists of self-discovery questions online that can help you to do a thorough assessment of your strengths, weaknesses, and interests. Then begin to create an image of what the new you would be like. Envision your best self. Ask yourself what the best version of you is and what actions you need to take to become that person. Do you need to learn a new skill? A new language? What does the new version of you enjoy doing? How would the new version of you look? How would you dress? How would you talk? It might be fun to think of being someone so different and exciting that no one would even recognize you. But is that really you? Maybe it is. But take a good look. The new version of you should be more than just something different. It should embrace the best of your real self. A clear assessment of yourself should bring clarity as to what the new version of you might actually be. Once you have an idea, go ahead with it. Introduce the old you to the new you and make a plan to become that person. Plans and persistence. Once you have an idea of what changes you want to make, put your words into actions. Begin with small steps toward your goal. It's challenging at first, but persistence will make it easier over time. For example, if the new version of you is an early riser that takes a morning walk each day, then start with that. Just one small change can make it easier to do more. When you begin to see results and become the new version of you, momentum sets in, and it can help move you closer to your goal. When making your step-by-step plan, be mindful that some people don't like change, and some may be jealous of your progress toward the new you. Just keep working on your plans and don't share them with people who may not be supportive. Silence can be golden when you're making changes in your life. You don't need naysayers lining up to discourage your plans and trying to pull you back down to the familiar past. Keep things to yourself. Don't broadcast your plans. Just make steady progress each day to become the new you. Musician Toby Mac said, "Sometimes, if you want to change your life, you may need to change out your friends." A true friend will encourage you when you're becoming the new version of you, and it's important that you surround yourself with people who want the best for you. Planning the steps you'll take can help you stay on course with your overall plan, regardless of what others may be telling you. Helpers and guidance. You don't need to seek help from everyone you meet, but do get help from people you respect. Help shows up when you ask for it. Becoming a new version of yourself can require some big changes. If you're thinking of making a career change, you might need a mentor and you might need to learn a new skill or trade. Having someone help you make this move can be a big boost to the outcome. Having a financial advisor to help you chart your course toward a more profitable future can be another example of guidance. When you are creating a new version of yourself, there are likely to be things you don't know yet, and getting help from others who know the territory might be the best way to navigate the journey. Actress Tina Yothers stated, "You just have to have the guidance to lead you in the direction until you can do it yourself." Embrace non-linear progress. When taking on the task of becoming a new version of yourself, it's important to realize that there will be days when you're feeling empowered and excited. There will also be other times when you experience setbacks. Personal growth is not a straight path. Author James Clear reminds us, "Rome wasn't built in a day, but they were laying bricks every hour. You don't have to build everything you want today. Just lay a brick." When things seem to slow down and you're not making the progress you had designated in your step-by-step plan, remember that there will be good days and hard days. Be grateful for the hard days. They are part of the journey, and even if you don't see it now, you'll learn from them. It would be hard to become a new version of yourself without making mistakes and having to make corrections along the way. It's important not to give up when things get difficult. Don't allow yourself to succumb to doubt or discouragement. You might even start to feel like you're fooling yourself, as if the new version of you isn't really possible. Imposter syndrome can pop up when you are trying new things, but keep believing in yourself. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but always moving ahead, even if it's slow going. Trust the process. Acknowledge that change takes time. Let go of the need to force or control it. When you are becoming the best version of you, it's not about pretending to be someone else. It's about finding your own true essence and learning to be that to the best of your ability. If you're finding out new things about yourself along the way, you'll need time to process the new information and integrate it into the person you want to be. Coach and author Fabian Fredrickson wrote, "The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. Be patient and stay the course." Above all, the new version of you needs to be real. You might try out a few character roles along the way, but later find they didn't really bring out the best in you. When you are creating a new version of yourself, you have the opportunity to make it really good. You probably know what has worked for you in the past and what hasn't. So, taking all that into consideration, plan for not only a new version of you, but a better version of you. Your future self will thank you for the choices you make today. To get this illustration that maps out every transformative step we explored for free, click the link and I'll send it to you. This visual guide will keep you inspired and focused as you integrate every powerful lesson from today into the mosaic of your evolving self. Work is hard, distractions are plentiful, and time is short. In today's world, there is so much pulling us in every direction, making it hard to focus. Other obligations, entertainment, and interruptions of all kinds can grab our attention away from our intended task. With too many things to think about, it can be easy to lose track of what you're really trying to accomplish. Without clear goals, your mind may be tempted to wander all over the place. When that happens, it becomes easy to misstep into a pitfall. If you don't have your eyes on your goal, then every distraction along the way can trip you up. So, how do you avoid those focus-stealing traps? Here's a few pointers that may help to keep you focused on the goal and aware of those things that can pull you off course. Digital distractions. Most people today can't even remember what it was like without digital devices. Just thinking about losing our phones can cause anxiety and panic. So it's not surprising that they are difficult to set aside when trying to get other work done. Social media can be addicting. Notifications can feel so urgent that we may find it stressful to be unavailable to respond. Emails may seem like they need an immediate reply. And just to be sure we haven't missed anything, we may be tempted to constantly check our devices for any updates that might pop up. But treating digital devices as tools, rather than attachments to our existence, is necessary to maintain control. If you are a slave to every distraction that comes up, you've lost the battle. Author and speaker Bob Goff reminds us what distracts us will begin to define us. We don't need to swing at every pitch. By choosing when and what you want to respond to, you put yourself in the driver's seat. You get to decide where you put your focus and when. Multitasking. Another focus-stealing trap is trying to do multiple things at once. When you split your attention in too many ways, your focus becomes fragmented, and your ability to give 100% to anything is diminished. Once you've switched gears to do something else, it can take over 20 minutes to refocus again after an interruption. Real estate entrepreneur Gary Keller said, "Multitasking takes a toll. At home or at work, distractions lead to poor choices, painful mistakes, and unnecessary stress. When you are continually switching from one task to another, productivity can actually decrease." Environmental distractions. The space you are working in can become another focus-stealing trap. Noise, clutter, interruptions, and distractions in the surrounding area are all potential attention grabbers. Pro golfer Tom Kite stated, "You can always find a distraction if you're looking for one. If you allow your mind to wander to outside noises, like a television or music playing close by, or the sound of people talking, you might be tempted to go see what it's all about. If you're not fully engaged in the task at hand, it can be easy to be pulled away by what's happening around you." Strategies to avoid distractions. So how can you avoid distractions and stay focused in a busy and sometimes noisy world when there is so much to do? Start with your immediate surroundings. Remove clutter and other projects from your workspace. Keep the area clean and clear and as quiet as possible. Your brain can be easily enticed with other temptations if they are readily in view. Let people know you're working and don't want to be interrupted. Announce that you are going into your office to work, or put a sign on the door that will let people know you are busy. It may be helpful to let them know when you will be available again. Turn off notifications and silence unnecessary alerts on your devices. Use focus mode or do not disturb on your phone. Or you can remove it from your sight altogether by placing it in a drawer or another room. Avoid multitasking. Have one clear goal and purpose. Stay in the right mindset to focus on just one task. Regular meditation may help you to learn to focus your mind with ease and clarity. Your brain typically wants to grab at any shiny object that enters into it, like a monkey jumping from one tree to another. But you can train your brain to calm down and focus on one thing at a time. Techniques to stay focused. Creating strategies to stay focused is one step. Combining those strategies with real techniques can be the key to avoiding those focus-stealing traps. For instance, time blocking is one technique that can help you feel more organized and focused. To start, determine which type of time blocking works best for you. Traditional time blocking is an easy process of dividing your day into blocks of time. Then schedule a specific task or activity into each designated space. This is the basic idea of time blocking. It allows you to form a mindful plan for focus blocks of time. Time themes are another way to organize your time blocks. Assign tasks or activities that can be grouped together in categories. For example, you might schedule creative activities in succession, or designate afternoons for office work. By keeping similar activities in continual time blocks, you can create flow and focus on a particular subject. Energy time blocking helps you to plan your blocks of time around your most productive energy levels. Schedule tasks that require more focus and stamina at times when you are at your peak physical level. Do less intense work at times when you are typically at a lower level of alertness. Make note of when you lose attention and work this into a planned timing schedule so you can work when you are at optimal energy levels. Once you know what type of schedule you want to create, the next step is to complete the plan. Consider what tasks or activities you want to put on your schedule. Fill in your time boxes with appropriate tasks. Remember to leave some open spaces to accommodate unexpected or last-minute additions that may pop up throughout the day. The Pomodoro technique is another well-known method that supports specific tasks being performed for a specific amount of time. Developed in the 1980s by Francisco Cirillo, the Pomodoro technique involves working for short focus bursts, with breaks in between. Choose a task or activity that you want to focus on. Minimize any distractions in advance. Set a timer for 25 minutes. Work on that task or activity and nothing else for that amount of time. After 25 minutes, take a 5-minute break. Repeat the cycle 3 more times. Then take a longer break of 30 minutes. If you need more time to complete the task, you can start the cycle again. Research has shown that the Pomodoro technique can help reduce internal and external distractions, promoting better focus and flow. Single tasking is one other method to consider when planning your daily schedule of tasks and activities. Focusing on one task at a time instead of multitasking can help you focus on all the parts of a specific task, doing thorough and better quality work. Giving something 100% of your attention may help you complete the job with better efficiency and accuracy. Working on one thing until it's done can promote feelings of accomplishment as you cross finished projects off your to-do list. Some days can feel like you're walking through a field of booby traps designed to undermine your best efforts, but knowing where you're going and what to watch for can help you navigate the danger zones and stay on track with clear focus. Another way to look at it is not to look at focus as something that can be stolen, but rather it's something you give away. You control where you commit your attention. It's up to you. Feed your focus and starve your distractions. Author John DeLam wrote, "Your results are the product of either personal focus or personal distractions. The choice is yours." By avoiding focus-stealing traps, you can take control of your time, rather than allowing distractions to take control of you. If this deep dive into digital distractions, multitasking pitfalls, and environmental hacks resonated with you, Click the link to receive an exclusive PDF summary of every strategy we covered today in more depth. This step-by-step companion ensures you can easily revisit and implement these powerful methods anytime you need to reclaim your focus. What sort of noise do you make when you wake up? A tweet or a hoo-hoo? While some people wake up with the relentless tweeting energy of an early bird, you may feel a gradual arrival into the new day, slowly building up energy throughout the morning. A morning person usually gets tired in the evenings, while a night owl feels more energized towards the end of the day. They also likely have trouble sleeping in past a certain time, as their body isn't accustomed to a late start. Dr. Doga Ayash, a neurologist at Houston Methodist, has this to say on the matter. If you're a morning person, your brain is most alert in the morning, and you're generally very good at harnessing this energy and focus to get tasks, work, and chores done. However, just because you're not a morning person, it doesn't mean you're being outperformed by your early rising counterparts. You just have a different circadian rhythm, our internal body clock that dictates energy levels. What's more, while there are certainly some things you can do to turn yourself into more of a morning person, if that's what you wish, know that it is not easy. Our internal clock is rigid and hard to adjust. If that's you and you want to change your routine, fear not. It isn't impossible. I've done it myself. Here are some of my insights. Morning ritual. You know it. The person commenting below knows it. Everyone knows it. Human beings are creatures of habit. We crave routine, even if we don't realize it. A series of regular events and actions help stabilize our often frantic minds, providing a base of operations. In the morning, if you struggled to get going, the waking up period can often feel like it lasts forever. This is why it's a good idea to give your brain something to latch onto when it's still finding its bearings. Here, your brain is settling in for the day. Instead of floating in the sleep-fueled confusion, you're cutting through the murky water and setting yourself up with a small win. And a win is always a win, no matter the size. Remember, you want to keep this routine as simple as possible. After all, you're still waking up, and when you're not used to that, pushing your brain to do too much can become frustrating. You could start with a tea ritual, just as I do every morning. The process of preparing a cup of loose leaf tea, measuring the leaves, heating the water, infusing the leaves, removing the leaves, prevents mindless scrolling through emails or social media during low willpower moments and helps me ease into the day with a more thoughtful energy. If you don't like tea, you could exercise. Anything from a full workout to a quick stretch. This is great for getting the blood flowing and sustainably spiking your energy levels. You could also write. Author Julia Cameron's renowned book, The Artist's Way, walks you through the structure and benefits of morning pages. 3 uninterrupted streams of consciousness every morning. Put simply, you want to do anything that gets your blood flowing in a healthy manner, be it physical, mental, or both. Bright light exposure. If you don't think you will respond to gentle nurturing, perhaps a blunter method is for you. I've had success with quick exposure to bright light first thing in the morning. Immediately turning on all lights in the home signals the body to wake up, compensating for the lack of natural sunlight in early hours. If you're enjoying summer, let the natural light burst into your room, signaling that it is well and truly time to be awake. Alternatively, you could go outside for a short walk if it's already light. Even if you're the most reclusive of night owls, you'll likely find that once you get started and your brain gets going, it'll get easier. Think of it as a dip into a cold swimming pool. At first, the chill is somewhat overwhelming, but once your body regulates, it's fine. Purposeful morning activities. You may be thinking that carrying out purposeful morning activities is like a morning routine. In some ways, you're right. But a morning routine is small in nature. Repeated acts that become ingrained, encouraging the brain to wake up. The brain absolutely craves routine, but it also loves feeling productive. There's no rush quite like ticking items off your to-do list and getting things done. So, you could engage in some longer, more meaningful tasks. I've had success with morning writing, editing, exercising, or even household chores. It could be anything, but it provides motivation to get out of bed and start your day strongly. Think of purposeful morning activities as an easy, accessible source of immediate gratification. As mentioned earlier, the sense of accomplishment that comes with productivity is not one to be underestimated. Grab those early wins. Adjusting evening routine. It's all well and good intending to wake up earlier than usual, do some writing, and some exercise to start the day off with gusto. However, if you don't prioritize sleep, none of that will be possible. The issue night owls will face is, when you reach the evening, it will likely feel like you're stepping into a familiar, comfortable pair of slippers. Soft on your feet, but perhaps too comfortable for your goals. In other words, adjusting your evening routine is as if you were laying out trainers for a morning run, ready to go. For starters, it's important you prioritize and acknowledge the need for 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Any less will encourage you to sleep in later and slip into old habits. Not to mention your brain will be starved of valuable rest, so it won't be as alert as necessary for a typically morning-shy person. To do this, it will be helpful to plan bedtime accordingly. I know, you're not a kid anymore, but that's just the thing. Your parents set bedtimes to ensure you got a regulated amount of sleep. It's easy to ignore that sense of discipline as an adult. After all, it's your life. You should go to bed whenever you want, but it certainly has its place. A good and incredibly simple place to start is setting a time you'd like to wake up and be in bed 8.5 to 9 hours before, to account for winding down and shutting your brain off. For this, a ritual may be handy, such as dimming the lights and preparing the bedroom environment at a set time to signal to the body that it's time to relax and prepare it for sleep. The less you do this, the more you'll be tossing and turning in the night. Adjust sleep schedule. Shifting your internal body clock to be more morning-oriented is no mean feat. It'll take time, patience, and a smattering of frustration. To account for this process, wake up earlier than usual in 15-minute increments. This will gradually adjust your body to your desired reality. Your circadian rhythm is potent and must change slowly. Otherwise, you'll feel overly tired. For instance, if you wake up an hour earlier than usual, your body will likely reject the different time. Remember, pivoting towards a more morning-oriented existence relies on your relationship with sleep. You can do whatever you like in the morning, but if your sleep isn't taken care of, you don't have a base to operate from. Mornings aren't for everyone, but they could be for you. Although there are many steps you can take to become a morning person, there are numerous factors that may not align with your desire. For example, your age, genes, general light exposure, and even mealtimes can affect how you feel bright and early. So, as we've discussed in this video, you ultimately need patience. This process is habit changing. As habits are so ingrained in you to the point you don't notice, they can prove challenging to change. So, give yourself some grace. Above all, you should approach this shift in your base settings as if you're mining for a shiny new rock. You've got the tools. Now you just need to keep chipping away. To get the full illustration from this video, click the link and I'll send it straight to your inbox. Print it, tape it next to your kettle, and use it as a reminder and a tool to help become that morning person. Every ping, tab switch, and quick check charges a focus tax. You pay in lost minutes, sloppy work, and stress. This video kills that tax with 3 rules you can use today. Rule 1. Check windows. 2 inbox slots in your day, late morning and late afternoon. Outside those windows, inboxes stay closed. No peeking, no quick refresh, no just in case. You are not ignoring people. You are answering on a schedule. Rule 2. Default do not disturb. Your phone, your desktop, your watch. Silence the pool. Allow only true emergencies to break through. Choose a tiny VIP list. Everyone else waits until your next window. Rule 3. Single task sprints. Work in focus blocks of 25 to 50 minutes. Pick one outcome. Name it out loud before you start. Finish draft section 2. Solve ticket 481. Outline the pitch. Then reset for 5 minutes and run the next sprint. Here's why this works. Your brain doesn't multitask. It swaps. Each swap forces a reload. Where was I? What mattered? What was next? That reload costs time, accuracy, and energy, slowing you down and spiking stress. Now, what actually happens in your brain when you try to juggle? Multitasking is rapid switching. Switching has a cost. Slower speed, more mistakes, more fatigue. Tiny delays stack into big losses. 1/10 of a second here, half a second there. 10 swaps and your stride breaks. Momentum is fragile. Once it's gone, the work feels heavier, even if nothing changed but your attention. Switching drains working memory. You have less mental space to hold the thread. It weakens your filters. Noise slips in. Distractions that were harmless become magnetic. That is why just a quick check turns into a 15-minute spiral. By the time you come back, the thread is cold and your brain must warm it again. Your attention system prefers one clear target. When you aim at 2, both suffer. You start to skim instead of read. You start to react instead of think. You don't notice errors until later, when fixing them costs even more time. Tiny tasks deliver tiny dopamine hits. An unread email notification drops to 0, and you feel a spark. You mistake that spark for progress. You confuse movement with momentum. The big task is untouched, but your brain feels rewarded. That reward makes the loop stronger. You reach for your inbox out of habit, not need. The day fills with shallow wins. Reply, refresh, react. It looks busy from a distance. It feels frantic up close. But the work that matters sits there, waiting. Every interruption forces a context reload. Where was I? Which step comes next? What did I already decide? Reloading drains time and willpower, so you drift to what feels easier. You end the day exhausted, with little to show for it. Constant switching keeps your stress system buzzing. Your body prepares for alerts that never end. You breathe shallower. Your shoulders creep upward. Your sleep quality drops. You wake up tired and reach for your phone for a hit of stimulation. The cycle continues. Stress narrows your focus to what's urgent, not what's important. You become hypersensitive to pings and vibrations. You react faster and think slower. Quality falls. Patience drops. Small problems feel bigger than they are. When you cut switches, your body calms. Your attention deepens. You finish more and feel better doing it. Lists grow forever. Schedules protect focus. A long list invites multitasking. You scan the page and grab 5 small items to feel progress. Your mind jumps between them and never settles. A schedule forces choices. You give important work a time, a place, and a finish line. Design your day around 3 kinds of blocks. Deep work for important, complex tasks. Admin batch for messages, micro tasks, and logistics. Life for everything human that keeps you whole. Your check windows live inside the admin block. 2 slots. Reliable, predictable. Name your deep work blocks with clear outcomes. Draft the proposal. Build the model. Study chapter 3. Decide the next milestone. Protect these blocks like meetings with yourself. If someone asks for that time, ask to reschedule or offer your admin block instead. If your day is crowded with meetings, batch them. Stack them together to free a quiet morning or afternoon. Start on time, end early when you can, and leave clear written decisions. That reduces follow-up pings and rescues your focus later. Tip 1. Scheduled checking. This is check windows in practice. Choose times that fit your role. For many people, 11:30 and 4:30 work well. Set alerts so you don't drift past them. When a window opens, process messages quickly. Answer, delegate, or schedule. Close the window when the time ends. Leave the rest for the next slot. Set expectations so others know your rhythm. Add a line to your email signature and chat profile. I check messages at 11:30 and 4:30. If it's urgent, call me. Most urgent things aren't. Real emergencies have clear channels. Your calendar proves you are not hiding. You are being consistent and fair. Tip 2. Turn off notifications. This is default do not disturb. Silence banners, badges, and lock screen previews. Mute group chats during work hours. Allow calls from 1 or 2 true emergency contacts. Remove icons that bounce or glow to grab you. Your tools serve you. They do not get to interrupt you by default. Tip 3. Focus on single tasks. This is the single task sprint. Work in blocks of 25 to 50 minutes. Pick one outcome. Write it at the top of the page. Put the phone in another room. Close extra tabs. Shut the door if you can. Tell yourself the outcome again. Then start the timer. During the sprint, expect urges to check. Urges are not commands. Let them pass. If an idea pops up for later, capture it in a parking lot list. Write it down, return to the task, and keep moving. The sprint is a promise you make to your future self. End each sprint with a 5-minute reset. Stand up. Breathe. Drink water. Stretch your hands and neck. Review what you finished. Define the next tiny step. Start the next sprint, or open your admin block if the time has come. Day 1. Set your 2 check windows and enable default do not disturb everywhere. Pick one task that truly matters and run 2 sprints before lunch. Expect withdrawal. Cravings to check will spike. Let them pass. They are just habits leaving your system. Day 2. Repeat the 2 morning sprints before messages. Keep your windows consistent. Capture stray thoughts in the parking lot, not in your inbox. At the end of the day, note 1 improvement and 1 friction point. Day 3. Extend 1 sprint to 35 or 40 minutes if you feel ready. Refine your environment. Remove 1 more source of noise. A badge count, a news tab, a desktop alert. Day 4. Audit your messages during the window. Which threads actually require your input? Which can be answered with a template, a link, or a quick decision? Aim for fewer back and forth cycles by writing clear, complete replies. Day 5. Protect a longer deep work block. Stack 2 sprints with a short reset. End the week by reviewing what moved because you switched less. Name 1 habit to keep and 1 to cut. Day 6. Run a light weekend version. 1 sprint on something personal that matters. Plan a simpler week start. Write the first task for Monday so you begin without friction. Day 7. Run a final check. How many times did you actually need instant response? How many emergencies survived until your window? How much deeper did you get on the work that counts? The answers teach you what to keep. What if your role demands fast replies? Use short auto-replies during deep work blocks. I'm in a focus block. I'll reply at 11:30. Offer a phone number for true emergencies. Track response time data for a week. You'll see most messages can wait. What if your day feels overbooked already? Reduce the size of the first sprint. 15 focus minutes beat 2 scattered hours. Shorten your admin block by answering only what moves work forward. Defer, delegate, or delete the rest. Ask, does this help the main outcome? If not, it waits. What about teamwork? Share your windows with your team. Invite them to try a shared admin block where possible. Batch decision making. Document decisions so fewer got a second pings show up later. You don't need more hours. You need fewer switches. The world won't get quieter on its own. You have to design quiet. You have to defend it. Check windows turn chaos into cadence. Default do not disturb turns noise into silence. Single task sprints turn effort into results. Run them for a week and your focus comes back. Run them for a month and it becomes your normal. Protect your brain. Protect your attention. Finish the work that matters. Then enjoy the rest of your life without the phantom buzz of unfinished tasks. 1 focus block at a time. Starting now. You're busy, poured in 10 directions, and your mind keeps grabbing at problems you can't control. Instead of a history lecture, here's the promise: 5 Stoic rules you can use today. Follow them for a week and you'll feel less reactive, make cleaner decisions, and finish more of what matters. I'll get straight to the rules, then show you how to run them in real life. Most of life sits outside your control. Traffic, weather, market swings, other people's moods. Trying to manage all of it is like holding 100 corks underwater. One pops up, then another, and you end up exhausted with nothing to show for it. The Stoic move is to narrow attention to the small circle you truly command: your judgments, your words, and your actions. In a traffic jam, you can't clear the road, but you can unclench your jaw, slow your breathing, and use the time to rehearse a conversation or listen to something that steadies you. When a sharp email lands, you can't edit their tone, but you can decide to respond later, briefly and respectfully, once your temper cools. There is always a space between stimulus and response. Choose inside that space and you reclaim energy for choices that actually change outcomes. Your own choices. Amor fati means love your fate. It doesn't ask you to enjoy pain. It asks you to accept reality quickly so you can act effectively. The obstacle becomes the path. What blocks you also trains you. When something hard arrives, a delayed payment, a missed opportunity or an injury, name the facts without sugarcoating them. Identify what remained in your control and take the next right step. Build this muscle with small voluntary hardships: a cold shower, a tough workout, or a deliberate pause before answering criticism. Each rep teaches your mind, I can handle discomfort. For larger trials, hold 2 ideas at once. Face the brutal facts and keep the unshakable belief that you'll prevail in the end. That tension, honesty about the present and faith in the future, keeps you out of denial and away from despair. Acceptance isn't approval. It's choosing to stop arguing with reality long enough to change what you can. Feelings are loud and immediate. Values are quiet and steady. Discipline gives your values a microphone. Decide who you are before the moment arrives. I keep promises to myself. I train even when it rains. I tell the truth, especially when it's awkward. Identity outlasts motivation. Then remove daily negotiations with bright lines. Simple rules you follow automatically. No phone in the bedroom. No social scroll before work. No sugar on weekdays. When the rule is bright, you stop spending willpower on "should I?" and start spending it on doing the work. Build small rituals that trigger action. The same chair, the same mug, a playlist that means begin. When you slip, reset immediately. Not tomorrow or next week, but the next minute. One clean step in the direction of your values restarts momentum. Adversity trains toughness. Gratitude trains perspective. Without gratitude, your mind hunts threats and flaws. With gratitude, it also notices gifts. Same day, different lens. Make it a practice, not a mood. Each morning, write 3 specific things you're grateful for. For example, the way sunlight hits the kitchen table or a message that arrived at the right time. On rough days, try 30 seconds of negative visualization. Imagine briefly losing something you love, then return to the present and feel it with fresh eyes. Speak gratitude out loud to people. Name what they did and how it helped. Appreciation strengthens relationships and softens your own rough edges. Gratitude isn't denial of pain. It's balance. You can hold sorrow in one hand and thanks in the other, and still move forward with a clearer head. The world shouts more. Stoicism whispers, enough. Enough isn't quitting. It's sanity. Define enough in writing. Income to cover essentials. Time to care for your health. Space for the people you love, or work aligned with your values. When you reach it, stop moving the goalposts. Trade status games for skill games. If your job pays well, but corrodes your well-being, test your assumptions. Do you need everything you're buying with that stress? Could you live a little smaller to live a lot freer? Velvet handcuffs are still handcuffs. Build a daily stillness practice. 5 quiet minutes of breathing. A short walk without headphones. A page of journaling, so you can hear the wiser voice beneath the noise. Your reputation lives outside you, but your character lives inside you. Character is the part you control. Make it sturdy and let outcomes follow. Begin before the world grabs you. Write a 1-sentence intention. Today, I'll control my judgments and my actions. List the 1 to 3 moves that matter most. Then block them on your calendar. When friction hits, as it always does, run the Stoic sequence. Accept reality. Own your response. Act on what matters. If anger spikes, shrink the moment. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 4. Exhale for 6. A longer exhale tells your body to stand down, so your thinking brain can drive again. If anxiety rises, zoom out. Will this matter in a week? In a year? If yes, take 1 concrete step. If no, release it. When you crave approval, check motives. Am I doing this to be seen or to be useful? Choose useful. It lasts longer and feels cleaner. Run a 1-week experiment to prove this to yourself. Day 1. Draw 2 columns. Outside my control and inside my control. Fill them ruthlessly and act only on the second list. Day 2. Write 1 bright line rule and follow it all day with no exceptions. Perhaps no phone until after my first deep work block. Day 3. Practice a minute of negative visualization and then write 3 fresh gratitudes. Feel the contrast. Day 4. Choose a small, deliberate discomfort. A cold shower. A hard conversation. A task you've avoided. And do it. Day 5. Perform 1 quiet act of service with no announcement and no tallying of credit. Day 6. Carve 1 hour of deep work with your phone in another room and notifications off. Protect it like a meeting with someone important, because that person is you. Day 7. Review. Where did you control what you could? Where did you waste energy on what you couldn't? Keep the practice that moved the needle most and add 1 more next week. You don't choose every event, but you always choose your response. That choice is where your freedom lives. Focus on what you can control so your energy isn't wasted on what you can't. Meet adversity with clear eyes and a steady hand, letting obstacles train you instead of shrink you. Build self-discipline with bright lines and rituals so your values speak louder than your moods. Practice gratitude so your perspective stays broad and your relationships stay warm. Choose inner peace over endless chasing so your definition of enough anchors you in a noisy world. Run the 7-day sprint and let the results teach you. A calmer, stronger life doesn't need perfect circumstances. It needs a repeatable response. Start today. If you want success, here's the choice: comfort or progress. Pick one. If you feel stuck even though life is fine, that's the problem. Comfort isn't neutral. It's a slow anesthetic. The longer you marinate in it, the harder it gets to move. In this video, I'm giving you 6 uncomfortable truths that cut through the fluff and get you moving. No pep talk, no origin story, just the actions to take. Success requires sacrifice. Failure is inevitable. Talent isn't enough. Not everyone will support you. Perfection is a myth. Discomfort leads to growth. Here's the promise. If one of these doesn't sting a little, you're not listening. But if you act on even one today, you'll feel momentum by tonight. Think of a bow. Tension first, then flight. These truths are the tension. They will not feel cozy. They will feel clarifying. Let's start with the one that separates dreamers from doers. Everyone wants success. Let's be honest. It can mean something different to you and the next viewer. Priorities can both simultaneously overlap and differ from person to person. Yet, despite this, the road to success often pits people against their ultimate goals. It's easy to imagine your goals coming to fruition, but picturing the journey is a far more troublesome challenge. For starters, the road to success is rarely ever glamorous. For example, while Formula One driver Lewis Hamilton has glory, fame, and boatloads of money now, the years his father spent pulling multiple jobs to afford Lewis's go-karts, on top of the years of competition as a kid, represent the gritty side to success. It requires immense sacrifice. Sacrifice of time, comfort, and in many cases, relationships. In your pursuit of success, there may be not time to play video games or see friends. There may not even be time for as much of the simple pleasures, such as going to the cinema or indulging at the weekends. You may also need to cut ties with friends in your life that you've outgrown. It happens to everyone, everywhere. But the great thing about sacrifice is the reward can prove abundant. Remember, the arrow must be pulled back before flying towards its target. When you're growing up, everything feels intense. Your emotions are flying all over the place as hormones flood your brain and body, and everything feels like the most important thing in the world. Whether that's how many friends you have, the kind of clothes you wear, the relationships you're exploring, or, of course, grades. Every failure feels like the end of the world. Teenage years are often a constant push for unattainable perfection and subsequent disappointment. But that's the thing. As a teenager, you don't realize that failure is an essential part of your development and, ultimately, the road to success. Failure is a word with immensely negative connotations. After all, it's the opposite of success, right? I disagree. Failure and success are two sides of the infamous double-edged sword. One does not come without the other. Failure will happen throughout your life, but it does not define who you are. Most importantly, it's a lesson, one that, if you act on, can be a learning point in your journey to success. So, while losing your job, for instance, may sting right now, this will be a mere stepping stone in the long run. Once again, we come around to the bow and arrow. To go forward, you must go back. Failure may feel like a step back, but in the long run, just like the flight of an arrow, a step back won't even be visible. Ancient wisdom. To explain this sufficiently, let's take a look at football. As the world's most popular sport, millions upon millions of young people attempt to become the next Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, or even just turn professional. In the UK, a recent study found that a mere 180 in every 1.5 million young players will sign a professional contract, with an astonishing 99.88% forced to take a different path. Admittedly, there are likely factors out of the young hopeful's control. You can't help it if others are simply better than you. However, what those players, and you, of course, can do is ensure you don't rely on talent to get you where you need to be. Sure, talent is great. It can help you get noticed, but longevity lies in hard work. Talent can exist on its own, but without nurturing, its potential is often wasted. The takeaway from this message? You can't rest on your laurels if you want to become successful. The bow and arrow are exceptional creations on their own, but without a person strong enough to pull the bowstring, it's useless. Let talent grow in the garden of hard work. In an ideal world, peers and those you interact with will support any move towards success. After all, everyone is on their own journey. Or so you'd think, anyway. As more and more of our lives become visible due to the increasingly invasive powers of social media companies, your journey to success will likely force you to deal with haters and unsupportive peers. Let's take online writing, or this video for instance. Posting online sends your work out to the world, ready for anyone to look and form an opinion. Some will like it and move on. Others will dislike it and make sure you're aware. Many people, especially people you know, may act unsupportive out of jealousy. Stepping towards success sees you confronting your discomfort. Believe it or not, many people are too scared to ever do that. Haters sit in the same bracket as failure. It's inevitable if you're serious about success. It's inevitable regardless. But what matters is how you let it affect your journey. The perfect moment doesn't exist. Things just happen. And forevermore, a once random day becomes a pivotal moment in your life. If you sit and wait for the perfect moment to start a course, publish online, or begin a new career, you'll be waiting forever. The same principle applies when you're trying to finish something and move on. It can feel difficult to accept a project is finished because that means all of the work and effort you've put in has now reached the finality of its purpose. Accepting you're finished means it's time to think about what's next. This can prove challenging, especially when you're emotionally invested in the work you're doing. But the longer you strive for perfection, the longer you'll be waiting to find success. Get started right away. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Stepping out of your comfort zone is necessary. This feels familiar. Ending where we began. Before this video wraps up, think about how much change has occurred in your life. For most of you watching, there's probably a fair amount to reference. Now, think about the period before the change. It likely feels a million miles away at this point, a speck in your rear-view mirror. Regardless of whether you knew the change was coming or if it was a complete surprise, the time beforehand can often feel unthinkable, unfathomable even. You know it's there, but like the bow and arrow, it feels ancient. That journey you're pondering is the growth you've experienced. The feeling of nervous excitement, mixed with dread, is the discomfort that propelled you to where you are now. And so, the cycle goes. Life will always change. Seek the discomfort. And, of course, go backwards to go forwards. What if the fastest way to hit your biggest goal is to stop treating it like a someday project and start treating it like a 30-day mission? In the next few minutes, you're going to build a plan that turns your ambitious dream into daily actions you actually do. By the end, you'll know exactly what to do this week, what to do tomorrow, and what to do in the next 60 minutes to make real progress. Let's get your goal out of your head and into your calendar right now. Start with ruthless clarity. If your vision is vague, your actions will be vague. Don't say, "I want to get fit," or "start a business." Say, "I will run a 5K in under 30 minutes by June 1st," or "I will sell 50 pre-orders of my online course by the 28th. Specific target, specific deadline, specific scoreboard. Now compress your timeline. Big goals die on long timelines because urgency disappears. Give yourself a 30-day sprint. In this sprint, every day has one high-leverage action. If you complete that one action, you win the day. Stack 30 wins, and you'll be shocked how far you get. Pick your lever. There's always one action that moves everything else. If your goal is a restaurant, the lever is validating demand. Not a logo. Not the perfect menu design. It's putting an offer in front of real people and getting paid interest or pre-orders. If your goal is a book, the lever is daily words written. If your goal is a new job, the lever is high-quality applications and targeted conversations, not scrolling job boards. Turn the lever into a daily block. Book it at the same time every day. Protect it like a doctor protects surgery time. If you miss it, you reschedule it that day. Not tomorrow, not the weekend, today. Make your result visible. Build a simple scoreboard you can't ignore. A whiteboard with 30 boxes. A paper calendar with giant X's. A note on your wall with a running tally. You need to see momentum in physical form, because momentum is fuel. Finally, set a micro stake. Tell one person what you'll complete by Friday and send proof. Or put a small consequence on failure, like donating to a cause you don't support. Stakes create focus. Focus creates speed. Here's the tool that flips overwhelmed into in control. Micro goals. Think of your big goal like a staircase. A micro goal isn't climb the staircase. It's take the next step before the clock hits 9 a.m. Micro goals live inside 24 hours. They're specific, small enough to finish in one session, and connected to the lever that matters. If the lever is writing, the micro goal is 500 words before breakfast. If the lever is sales, the micro goal is 5 targeted outreaches and 1 follow-up block. If the lever is skill building, the micro goal is 1 deliberate practice drill with a measurable rep count. Why this works is simple. Your brain resists giant, undefined tasks. It can't resist a clear, finishable mission. Complete 1 micro goal and you get a hit of progress that makes the next one easier. Chain them and you build discipline without white-knuckling motivation. Turn micro goals into a ladder. Each rung makes the next rung obvious. If you're launching a product, rung 1 might be interviewing 5 potential customers. Rung 2 is summarizing what they hate and what they want. Rung 3 is a simple landing page with 1 promise and 1 button. Rung 4 is driving 100 people to that page and tracking conversions. You don't need to see the roof to step on the next rung. Attach a micro deadline. Without a clock, even small tasks expand. Give each micro goal a tight window. 90 minutes, 60 minutes, 25 minutes if that's all you can spare. Start the clock. Start the task. Don't let yourself open other tabs. Pressure creates creativity. Practice zero debounce execution. When it's time to start, start. No countdown. No, I'll begin at the top of the hour. When the timer hits, you move. That tiny habit of instant action is the difference between a plan and a result. Track micro wins. Every completed micro goal earns a check mark. 10 check marks is a streak. Streaks turn effort into identity. Identity is what carries you on the boring days. You're not someone trying to write. You're a person who writes daily. You're not dabbling in a business. You're a founder who ships something every day. Micro goals don't replace big ambition. They make big ambition inevitable. You still set a massive target. You still feel the urgency. You just slice it into pieces your brain loves to finish. 3 years ago, I was in a job that paid the bills, but ate my energy. I had a picture in my head of working for myself, building products I believed in, and having the freedom to pick projects. The dream felt exciting at night and impossible in the morning. The scary questions were loud. How would I pay rent if the business took months to make money? What if I launched and nobody cared? What if I wasn't the kind of person who could pull this off? I decided to test the dream, not leap blind. I set a 90-day runway. The rule was simple: keep my job, build after hours, and validate the idea before I burned the safety net. No dramatic quitting, just disciplined execution. Week 1, I wrote a 1-sentence value proposition and showed it to 10 people who matched my target customer. Half of them shrugged. 4 asked good questions. 2 said, "If you build this, I'll try it." That was enough to move. I built a bare-bones version with the simplest features possible. It wasn't pretty. It worked. I put up a plain page with a promise and a checkout link. I emailed 20 more people. I posted in one niche forum. I woke up to 2 sales. That changed everything. For 6 months, I lived on micro goals. Every night had one mission: fix onboarding, reply to users, ship 1 improvement, reach out to 5 prospects. The scoreboard was crude, but honest. I could see progress, even when it felt slow. At customer 1000, I quit my job. It wasn't magic. It was a stack of tiny, boring, consistent actions that built momentum until the leap wasn't a leap anymore. The dream didn't happen because I believed harder. It happened because I turned the dream into a pipeline of simple tasks and finished them. No plan survives impact. The difference between people who finish and people who stall is how they respond when the plan gets punched in the face. Look at Soichiro Honda. He dropped out at 16. His piston ring design got rejected and laughed at. He went back, improved it, and kept pushing. His factory was bombed. Twice. He didn't take it as a sign to quit. He turned scrap into opportunity, iterated, and moved forward until Honda became a global brand. The pattern is clear. When he hit a wall, he didn't debate whether to keep going. He changed the approach, not the destination. That's your move too. When your offer gets ignored, don't spiral. Increase the signal. Talk to 5 people who rejected it and ask one question: what would make you say yes immediately? Rewrite your promise in their words and relaunch within 48 hours. When time evaporates, don't wait for a perfect day. Shrink the task. A 2-hour session becomes 20 minutes of focused work. 20 minutes done daily beats a 4-hour block you never start. When fear shows up, don't argue with it. Add a micro stake and a micro deadline. Tell a friend, I will send you a screenshot of my finished draft by 6 p.m. Hit send. Fear hates commitment with proof. When resources are thin, get scrappy. Swap money for creativity. Use free tools. Trade skills. Pre-sell to fund development. Constraint is not your enemy. It forces clarity. When motivation dips, don't wait for a feeling. Start the smallest piece and let action create the feeling. Emotion follows motion. 1 rep, 1 email, 1 call. The second action is always easier than the first. Your job isn't to avoid problems. Your job is to respond faster than most people do. Speed of iteration beats quality of the first draft. You can't steer a parked car. Get moving and adjust while rolling. You will be tempted to quit, not because you're weak, but because big goals create friction. Friction makes your brain look for exits that feel logical. It will say, this isn't the right time. It will say, I need a better plan. It will say, I'll start after this busy week. That voice is clever. Recognize it. Don't negotiate with it. Decide right now that quitting isn't on the menu. If something fails, you pivot. If a tactic flops, you replace it. If you miss a day, you don't miss two. You reduce the goal. You don't remove the goal. Stack your defenses. Protect your peak energy hour for your lever. Put your phone in another room during your micro goal window. Set a daily reminder for your scoreboard. Build a tiny circle of accountability with one person who cares enough to ask for proof. Rehearse adversity. Before you start the week, write down the most likely obstacle. Late meeting, sick kid, travel day. Pre-decide a backup micro goal you can complete in 15 minutes on your worst day. If you can keep the chain alive on terrible days, you'll dominate on normal days. Adopt the identity of a finisher. Finish small things. Finish drafts. Finish calls. Finish reps. Every finish is a vote for the person you are becoming. People who finish don't have easier paths. They have fewer exits. This isn't about being perfect. It's about being relentless. A relentless person with a clear vision and daily micro goals will outrun a talented person who waits for the mood to strike. Here's your move right now. Name one ambitious goal you actually want. Compress the timeline into a 30-day sprint. Pick the single lever action that moves it most. Create a micro goal for tomorrow with a start time, duration, and a definition of done. Write it somewhere you can't ignore. Tell one person. Set a reminder to send proof when it's finished. Then repeat that process for 30 days. If you keep your eyes on the scoreboard and your hands on the next micro goal, the big result stops being someday and starts being soon. Ambitious goals aren't reserved for special people. They're reserved for people who act while others plan. Start now. Your future self will thank you for not waiting another week. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. You don't escape mediocrity by accident. You do it on purpose. Most people drift. They consume. They wait for motivation. But you will not. You'll choose a different path. One boring, deliberate day at a time. Mediocrity rarely announces itself. It's the quiet comfort of almost learning, almost improving, almost shipping. It feels safe. It feels reasonable. But the cost is brutal because almost compounds into years. Most people default to what's easy. One more scroll, one more show, one more someday. But you will choose the hard thing now, so the right things become easy later. Success is the product of daily habits, not once-in-a-lifetime transformations. The promise isn't fireworks. It's freedom. When your days are aligned with who you want to be, average can't hold you. Information diets decide futures. If your inputs are cheap, your outputs will be too. Swap entertainment for education. On purpose. Not zero entertainment, just a ruthless ratio. Read one chapter before any show. Take one note for every article you skim. Convert highlights into action items. Most people collect quotes, but you will collect skills. Learning is not a hobby. It's a competitive advantage. Set a daily learning target. 30 minutes, non-negotiable. Micro projects to apply it the same day. One new technique used at work. One paragraph in your draft. One experiment shipped. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste so much of it. The goal is simple. Be more interesting to yourself tomorrow than you were today. That's how you escape the gravity of average. Talent starts the story. Consistency finishes it. Consider Kobe Bryant. Teammates would show up for a 7 a.m. workout and find him drenched in sweat, already hours deep. Nothing fancy. Footwork, reps, film, again tomorrow. It's just one story, but it reveals the pattern. High performers treat boring as sacred. They don't chase the feeling. They keep the appointment. Most people ask for hacks, but you will build a rhythm. Same place, same time, the same first move. Pick your keystone habit, the one that makes the others easier. Write 200 words before breakfast. Study one paper. Make 10 targeted outreach messages. Track it like rent. It's due daily. Continuous effort, not strength or intelligence, is the key to unlocking our potential. When effort becomes identity, mediocrity loses its grip. Escaping average demands two uncomfortable truths. 1. You're not as good as you think yet. 2. You absolutely can become who you intend. Hold both at once. Brutal facts and unshakable faith. Invite hard feedback. Ask a peer, what's one thing you'd change? Publish where strangers can comment. Keep a flaws log, a running list of recurring mistakes with a plan to fix each one. Most people protect their ego, but you will protect your future. That means honest metrics, not vibes. Measure inputs, hours of deep work. Measure outputs, drafts shipped, users helped. Then study the gap. Grit is passion and perseverance for long-term goals. Grit isn't loud. It's consistent honesty with yourself over years. That's the kind that moves you out of the middle. You don't rise to your goals. You fall to your systems. So build one that makes excellence the path of least resistance. Protect a daily 90-minute deep work block. Devices out. Door closed. One task. Batch the shallow stuff. Email after lunch. Meetings on 2 afternoons only. Create friction against distraction. Website blockers. Phone in another room. Headphones on. Most people try to feel focused, but you will engineer focus. Codify your protocol. The trigger. Same start time and a tiny ritual. The target. 1 objective per session. Tally. Mark the streak. Note what worked. Adjust tomorrow. Clarity about what matters provides clarity about what does not. When your calendar proves your priorities, mediocrity can't sneak back in. Here's the final hinge. You escape mediocrity by shipping, not after you feel ready. Now. Publish the article with one clear promise. Release the feature to 10 users. Share the portfolio to the first 5 prospects. Most people wait for perfect, but you will learn in public, and you'll get better in public. Make it practical. Monday, learn for 30 minutes. Make an outline. Tuesday, create the first draft in your deep work block. Wednesday, feedback from one tough critic. Thursday, revise. Add proof, such as quotes or statistics. Friday, ship. Write a 3-line post-mortem. Weekend, rest. Reset the system. Keep your faith bigger than your current results. Not delusion, but decision. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. Mediocrity is a habit. So is mastery. You get to choose which one you practice today. The average path is padded with entertainment, excuses, and tomorrow. Your path is paved with learning, consistency, honest metrics, deep work, and shipping. Learning beats entertainment. Keep a hard ratio and apply something the same day. Consistency compounds. Small, daily reps outpace talent and motivation. Ship to learn. Publish before you're ready and iterate in public with hard feedback. Choose the system. Keep the streak. Escape the middle. One boring, beautiful day at a time.